Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to today's stream. Hope you had a nice day so far. I'm just very hyped up. It's still going on. Welcome. Just doing some dailies here. Okay, there are a lot of people here. Crazy. So, I wanted to talk about the new elite specs. You know, yesterday we got the live stream and welcome. Machiwara, welcome. It's insane. The last three, to be honest, they blew me off my feet. It's amazing. They are so good. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm just really hyped and really I'm really happy that we got those. I think the Evoker is amazing. The Amalgam looks amazing. The Conduit looks quite fun as well. Probably the worst of those three, but it's still very, very cool. And I can't wait to try them out and do some theory crafting and that kind of stuff. Just looks really, really good. Welcome, Snowdrop. Welcome. So did your, your hyped up, predictions for the Conduit come true? Or are you a little bit sad now? What is your takeaway? I personally am really hyped about the Evoker and the Amalgam. I think the Conduit looks quite good, but I think not as high level as, for example, Amalgam and Evoker. I really think so. Yeah, I'm doing well, Assam. Hope you're doing well as well. I think Conduit needs many buttons. I'm not sure. I think Conduit, for me personally, I think the problem with Conduit is that it's a DPS spec. That's the only thing. Conduit is a DPS spec. I think you can't play it as a support in PvE at all. It does not have alacrity or quickness, and that's something that is a little bit sad, because that makes the all flexibility that it potentially could have been is not given. It's like you play it either as a full offensive DPS or you play as Condi or power. That's it. So I'm not completely sure. I'm hyped about Evoker because it's the most flexible spec in existence, and I think Amalgam is actually also very flexible, but Conduit is a little bit left behind, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. I think I would really say that I was the most excited for Conduit, but it didn't live up to that hype, whereas Amalgam and Evoker are extremely insane how good they are. Yeah. I think, yeah, if there would be more buttons for Conduit, that it would be a little bit more there are some F3, F4 skills that you can also use to get a bit more value out of that. Yeah, I guess that would actually be a decent way to do it. But they don't do that probably. I think maybe I don't know. It looks like Conduit is there's something missing. I don't know what, but something is missing. Maybe it's more buttons. Maybe I don't know what it is. Something. Evoker looked super cool. Conduit seemed a bit undercooked to me. Yeah, I'm with you there. I think Conduit is it has some really cool ideas in there, to be honest. But it feels like there is something, some part, maybe some trade interaction, maybe some new button, like we mentioned already. Something like that is missing that would give it another step up. Yeah, that it would be on the same level as, for example, I don't know, Evoker. Maybe I think Evoker is the best elite spec probably they have ever designed, to be honest. I don't want to do too much and oversay it here, but I personally think Evoker might be the best elite spec they have ever done, because it has so much flexibility, so many cool ideas in there. It is just insane to me. It really is. But who knows? Welcome, Daggers. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully the beta event will change some stuff up so that the beta will maybe bring and tell them, okay, they have some kind of missing things for a Conduit and it's not strong enough, and they give it something on top of that. I think that's really my hope, that the beta event will change quite a lot of that. But yeah, we will see. I had a question about solo builds. I really wanted to play Viper, not Celestial. What would be the safest, best spec to play as Viper? Definitely Condi Necromancer. Condi Reaper is really, really good as just playing with full Viper as a Condi Reaper. I have a build guide about it on my YouTube channel. Really, really good. Just try that one out. Highly recommend that one. Yeah. Also, Amalgam apparently being a bursty spec makes me happy. Final Scrapper can be scrapped for a while in Fractals. Yeah, I think actually that the Amalgam is looking so insane. You can play it as a power DPS, a Condi DPS. You can play it as a quickness DPS. You can play it as an alacrity DPS. It is actually insane. It's so flexible. I'm not sure if you can play it as a healer. Maybe some people cook up a healing build with it, but I think it's more like offensive focused, and it's really cool that you can share all those boons. I think it's possible to have permanent quickness and alacrity. Looks amazing. Amalgam is so flexible, really cool. Yes, get well soon. Thanks for joining in. Welcome, welcome. Really, you think the Evoker looks lazy? I actually think the Evoker with the traits and how you can change stuff up looks amazing, to be honest. There is so much theory crafting going into the spec, it's really cool. I mean, it's not for everyone, I can see that, but I personally really like it. I like it. The one thing I never liked about Elementalist is having all access to all 4 elements at once, so the idea of being able to specialize in one element makes me actually want to play an Elementalist. Yeah, I think this is like... The cool thing about Evoker is it can be really flexible if you want to play something that has access to all 4 elements, and you can play it really fast-paced, swapping around of elements all the time. But you can easily select the one trait where you go only in fire, only in water, and then you are specialized. And it's like making it somewhat simple Elementalist. So I think it's really cool. It's suited to most players because you can either go really try hard or really, so to say, it's not that easy for me to play, so I go for one element only. Yeah, I think that's amazing. Really cool. Yeah. Scourge was like, I would say Scourge Transfusion is a change that is like, yeah, it's debatable if it's good. I personally like the change in general, you know, that staff gets a new cool trait, but it's sad that the old transfusion is gone. That's like the whole thing. So yeah, hopefully will they give us some cool, interesting things in the future for like reviving it. I think that's like a little bit sad, to be honest, that we lose that completely. That's why the Evoker is so liked, I think, because of the fact that you get one element to specialize in. But if you look at the traits and what abilities do, they are 1/3 of Amalgam. Really, I mean, I think I agree with the utility skills that they are not that exciting. I think that's true, but I think the traits look really cool. I think with the traits and the just general how you can use your familiar to change your builds up, I think they will be really good Evoker in all gameplay. You can play healers, you can play full DPS, you can play supporter. It's like everything can be played on this build, and I think it looks cool. I think it's a cool theory crafting, because switching, for example, if you have fresh air and you specialize in fire, you can switch between fire and air like with a 1 second ICD. I'm not joking. This is like really cool that you can go doof, 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 and switch between those 2 elements all the time. Looks really fun to me. I think you could go there, for example, with air and, I don't know, water, and have a lot of water traits interact with each other, and air traits. I think that looks really amazing, really fun. Thanks, Get Well Soon, for the follow. But I don't know, who knows? Yeah, a single attribute. That's true. That's true. Welcome, Salotsin. Welcome. Seems odd to me. They implied they're going to nerf Chronomancer, being able to do quickness and alacrity. Now they're adding that to Amalgam. I think they did not really... I think they nerfed Chronomancer in a way that you didn't expect. I think they did not explicitly say that they will nerf alacrity and quickness on Chronomancer. I think they said they will nerf Chronomancer in a direction that it is not as flexible as it currently is. So currently as a Chronomancer, you can play it as a full healer. You can play it as a full DPS. And I think they want to make it a little bit more that you have some weaknesses. Because, for example, if you go for full Chronomancer healer right now, you have the Well of Precognition. You have the stability on your F4. You have the mantra. You could potentially reach out with your Sickness of Illusions. And you can give alacrity or quickness. I think they just want to nerf it down a bit, because the double up of Continuum Split is always there. So they want to give you a little bit more direction. So either you play the full DPS Chronomancer, or they say Troubadour is the full healer, or they say this is like the spec that gives a lot of double up with CC, for example, and Troubadour gives more stability uptime, stuff like that. We don't know. But there will be some changes coming to Chronomancer. I'm not sure if it's really an alacrity or quickness nerf. That is not confirmed. We will see that. Yeah. Yeah, the Conduit, to be honest, is a little bit... I'm with you, Winslow. I think the Conduit, I was really hyped up for it, but it doesn't look like it. It's like insane. I think the Conduit looks okay, but it's a little bit not the best. Yeah, I really was hoping for a bit more. Hopefully the beta event will tell them there is something missing and they give us something more, but I'm not sure if they can fix it. I really think it looks a little bit like a Paragon dullness to me, maybe a little bit. Stat increases are good, but it's not that fun. One element only is Giga Meme. It has nothing outside of damage. How much damage do you need to justify having nothing? I mean, Happy, the thing is, you don't have to take this trait on Evoker. The other two traits are really, really good as well. The single specialized element trait, they said they will probably buff it because it's too weak. And it's not for everyone. You would never use it in competitive modes. And even in PvE, you would only use it on a full DPS Condi Inferno build. That's it. You will never use it in some kind of healing build. Maybe in full water staffed Tempest, staffed like Evoker, but that's it. I think it's a really interesting idea, but they will typically like probably not make that the meta build pick. Yeah, I really think so. Curious to see a solo Evoker with like water fire or something. Yeah, that will be really cool. Yeah, really cool. Engie has been bad for years, so they definitely make it OP on purpose. I don't know. I think Engineer in PvE is in a really good spot. I am agreeing with you that in PvP it's not that good, but in like World vs. World and in PvE it's amazing. And I think Amalgam will be like top tier. We will do later talking about where I rate my elite specs, so how strong they will be, how fun I think they will be. And I will do a tier list there, just like I'm a tier list enjoyer after all. I will do that later a bit. And yeah, what can I say? I think the Amalgam will be on highest tier in all of them. It's crazy how good that will be. It's like one of the best specs that we ever got. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, exactly. Then we'll nerf Chronomancer, which is a really cool, interesting spec. And they will give us the Troubadour, which is like, I would say, okay, but it's not the most interesting Mesmer spec that we have. So yeah, I guess Troubadour will be broken, even though it's not the most like exciting one. Yeah, Rasa is really cool. I think Rasa, the idea was really cool, but the problem is that the skills are really limited by how little amount of effort, or not effort, but how little amount of effect, for example, the Cosmic Wisdom skill has. It's just a stat increase. It would be so much cooler if it would really like super tune your abilities or something. I think really the Conduit needed something that made it even more like, I don't know, useful. It really looks like something that is playable and fun as a DPS build, but that's it. You can't play it as a healer. You can't play it as a, I don't know, some kind of bunkery support player. It doesn't work. That's the sad part. It just doesn't work. It's full DPS. That's it. I don't know. I'm really looking forward to some changes there, but who knows? Yeah, it can be get well. Do you think with the specialized element, Evoker will still be triggered that you, when you are tuned to X element? Yes. They said explicitly that the trait, the last trait that locks you into one element will trigger whenever you use the empowered skill of the familiar. So if you use the empowered skill of the familiar, you will trigger, for example, the sunspot trait in fire, or you will get the healing ripple trait in water. So that will happen when you proc the empowered skill of the familiar, when you use that one. Yeah. Yeah, I think to be honest, this that you lock yourself into one attunement is for people that want to do that, but I think it will not be meta for most builds. It's just like you cut away 75% of your usefulness as elementalist. That's what it is. So I'm with you there. It's a meme, but it can be a really good meme if you're playing a fire camping scepter dagger elementalist, because that's extremely strong right now with Inferno. But that's the only situation where you would say this is a meta build. Everything else, like 90% of the other cases, you would never take this trade. I'm with you there, for sure. I really think Conduit needs to be able to provide some useful boons. Yeah, I think so. I think a full DPS spec that is focused around flexibility and not having quickness or alacrity on it, that doesn't make sense to me. I really think if they would give it quickness or alacrity access, I don't know, maybe on Cosmic Wisdom proc or something like that, that would maybe make it more interesting. But right now it's really just the DPS spec, and that loses a lot of like incentive for me to play it, because it's not exciting to just play a DPS stick with a lot of like power increases. That sounds boring. Yeah, I'm with you there, Prototoxin. I think the Bard is not too exciting. I think there are more exciting ones to play for sure. I think Amalgam in general will be fun. I think Hammer will be fun. There are so many like cool interactions that you can use on Amalgam. There is a lot of CC there. There is a lot of power, Condi damage, whatever. There is so much flexibility. So I think you can use actually all weapons on Amalgam. I really think so. Yeah, Evoker filthy. Evoker is insane. Evoker will be really, really good, to be honest. I can't see Evoker being bad in any case. I think Evoker will be really fun and really strong. Yeah. 50k auto attack fire wizard. Yeah, I think, to be honest, this is what's gonna happen. I think 50k is on the low roll. If you look, for example, at like evoker, just if you play, for example, fresh air evoker with not this trait, and you switch between fire and air all the time, I feel like this is a very strong one. Or I also think that, for example, Amalgam will have crazy benchmark numbers after the release of the expansion. I also think, for example, that, to be honest, there are a lot of DPS specs, like, for example, even the Antiquary looks insane of DPS in PvE. I think that will be crazy having those numbers, like 30% DPS increase buff that gives you like insane like burst potential at the beginning. Yeah, looks pretty good. I really think the damage numbers will be insane. 50k will probably be on the low end when the expansion releases. It will be crazy, yeah. I think the Guardian spec will be good. I think that will be like a A tier for like usefulness, but in terms of how the fun is, how it looks like in terms of gameplay or fantasy wise, I think it will be quite low. I think the Luminary is for me C tier in terms of funness, but in terms of strength, that will be A tier or something like that. We will see where I put the other stuff, but that's my like preview, my tease here. Yeah. Do you think Celestial will be the armor for Evoker? I mean, you can easily play a Celestial Evoker. I'm not sure if Evoker will be only run as Celestial. I don't think so. You can play it as a full DPS with Berserker gear. You can play it as a full healer with Harrier or Giver's gear. You can play it as a Celestial build. You can play it with... I think it's so flexible. To be honest, this might be the only elemental spec that you can play with almost all stats and have some value of it, because it's so flexible. You have your familiar that is more specialized than your gear. It's really crazy. It's really good. I think it will be very, very easy to play Celestial on that for sure. Yeah, I think the Ritualist is a fan favorite, even though I personally think the Ritualist is not looking like that crazy gameplay-wise. I think it looks really strong, don't get me wrong, but I personally think the Ritualist looks not that like, I don't know, not that fun to me to play. I think it will probably be quite good, don't get me wrong, but I personally think it is not the like most insane spec to just like try to get the best damage numbers and stuff, because it feels like a little bit like a Spirits. I'm not the biggest minion fan, but for people that are, this spec looks amazing. I personally expect it to be absolutely broke in all game modes, just because how strong the balancing looks like right now. But yeah, I can't predict that, to be honest. We will see. Looks quite strong. Yeah. Who even uses weapons in this game? Just go unarmed in battle? Yeah, I mean, at this point you don't even need that anymore. You know, it's some specs have so good like just profession mechanics, you don't even need weapons. That's actually true. It's really, really good. Yeah, the game like is in a balanced spot. Kappa, yeah, for sure. Yeah, not everything has to be meta. That is true. You know, I think that's completely fine. But I think traits should at least be somewhat viable. I think that is something that I always want to mention in any balance discussion. I think balance is not always about everything being absolutely broken in the meta, but I think everything should be viable in at least some cases. And I hope that with the elite specs, most of the traits are actually viable in some way. So I'm really looking forward to the balancing there, and hopefully we get a balance patch before or with the expansion. And I hope that this will be somewhat like, yeah, helping with that. So my take at least. Do you think Pistol will become better for Fire Evoker? I think Pistol will be a really good choice for Fire Evoker because it will be really strong in terms of like just damage. But I personally think Pistol needs a rework. I think Pistol on Elementalist is not the best weapon for general usage. It feels not that strong and flexible. So Scepter is just often like it's just better, at least in my opinion. So I personally would really hope that they give us something that is like empowering, maybe reworking the pistol altogether to make it a bit more fun, but a bit more flexible, stuff like that. So that's my hope. Does it like guarantee that will be the case? No, we don't know if ANET does that. But I'm really looking for some kind of buff to that. That's my hope there. My most black spec in the beta will be the Antiquary. Yeah, Antiquary, personally, I was not expecting to be Antiquary fan after the, like, I don't know, preview. But I think it's really, really fun. It looks amazing, to be honest, yeah. I will definitely try it as well. I'm not sure how much I can play of each elite spec during the beta because I will want to try all of them, and I don't know if I can try all of them in all game modes. But yeah, that's at least my I will try to get all of them in. I will try to do that. Also, I'd rather have a single element evoker doing actual DPS of the instead of the 5k Weaver. Yeah. I think that is something that is not a lot of people in PvE actually get the elemental attunement swapping all the time correct. And I think locking yourself into one attunement makes the build easier and therefore probably better for like a lot of players. Yeah, I'm with you. There's no drop. I think that's just a realistic like statement. I agree. And I think for a lot of people that struggle with elementalists, just core mechanics and swapping and having a lot of buttons to press, I think that's a really fun spec as well. You know, you don't always have to have like crazy ideas in the spec if that works and people want to have like a single element only. I mean, sure, go for that one. Yeah. So I can't wait to try all of them. Maybe the single element evoker will be not good. I think that they will buff it. They said it. They don't know how the balancing looks right now. If it's like too good or too bad, they will definitely take a close look to that. And I personally expect it to get a little bit of a buff because right now it looks really like Fire Scepter is the only way to do it. But maybe that's also the only good way to have it in the game. So we will see. The donations are broken? I'm not sure. Let's check. Should work, to be honest, but I'm not completely like... Nice, thank you. I don't know, it didn't show, but I saw it here on my screen. Thank you for the tip, really appreciate it. Thanks, get well soon. If you would start your legendary journey again, what would you go with? I usually burn out 1/4 of the way there, and my wallet hurts from crafting 16 ascended stats. Thank you all much for your content, literally watching it every day. That's what I want to hear, yeah. So I personally would say, go to Guild Wars 2 efficiency. That's like if you don't use that already, use Guild Wars 2 efficiency and check what you need to get for the legendary. So if you want to go for Twilight, go to Guild Wars 2 efficiency, go to the crafting calculator and go to look up Twilight. That's the thing. And then I would say if you burn out on the way, you can always go back, so to say, to Guild Wars 2 efficiency and check out what actually is necessary to continue your journey. So that's the cool part if you have some kind of website that helps you there, because you will never lose track where you actually are. That is something that I would like recommend doing. And if you want some tips to not burn out going for the legendary, I personally would always say almost everything that you go for in Guild Wars 2 in terms of content is something that provides you with gold. So I personally would always say do the stuff that you enjoy doing and you will get there in the end. Most legendaries, especially for example legendary weapons, are really easy. They are just gold sticks. That's about it. So I personally would say just enjoy the way there and I don't know, have fun, play PvP, world versus world, PvE, whatever you want to do, and always check a little bit what you want to get done, maybe get some map exploration going, maybe whatever you need for the legendary when you have time, when you have energy to do it. But if you don't, just go for something else. It would probably also provide value in terms of your legendary journey. That's what I would predict there. Yeah, but thanks again for the support, really appreciate it. Yeah, Amalgam, to be honest, is really... I think Amalgam Filthy looks really cool. I'm actually quite excited for that one. But I can see your take there. Yeah, I mean, I can see why people like Ritualist. Don't get me wrong here. I'm just saying I personally am not the biggest fan of how Ritualist plays out. But maybe I will change my mind when I try it myself in the beta and it will be really, really fun. But right now, I would say, for me, the Ritualist looks a little bit, at least, not that exciting to play. Yeah. Top 3 fun specs are looking to be Amalgam, Antiquary, and Ritualist. Yeah, I mean, I can totally understand why you would say that. I personally would not completely agree to that, but I think that's a personal take. You know, you can't say someone has fun on a different spec that will just not like work out. Sometimes you have different tastes. That's okay, you know. So let's do some strike missions. I guess I will be healed. I guess I will be healed. Yeah, I really hope there will be a staff rework to Elementalist. I think that's my biggest hope, that they give us something that gives staff, maybe, I don't know, my opinion would be staff as a support weapon is great, but there should be a trait, like for example, Necromancer has a trait that gives Scepter an empowered 3 skill, yeah? And in my opinion, that would be amazing if you would give some kind of fire trait that empowers your fire attacks on staff. Yeah, that would be like really cool in my opinion, because that would, for example, make it so that you can still play a support Tempest with staff or something like that, but you can also go for a full, I don't know, DPS fire Tempest with or whatever elite spec you want to go for if you have the fire trait equipped. So I personally think that's really nice. I don't know. That's my prediction. I hope they will give staff some love and some rework that is not necessarily completely destroying the supports element of it. I really hope so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you go for the accessories, yeah, it takes a while. It's just like, be patient. That's the only tip I can give you. Be patient. So what do we get here? We need some... Yeah, we only get DPS players. I guess that's okay. I'm looking for quick DPS and getting DPS players. Yeah. I saw your Snowdrop. Classic. How do sigils work in Legendary Season? Say I have a Legendary Greatsword and 2 equipment templates. Does it have to use the same sigils? No, it doesn't. So I have, of course, also the full Legendary. Nice, we have a quick DPS. No, it's fine. Whatever you want, you know. Give me a second, I will explain it. Okay. There we go. We have now full setup, and now we can relax a bit more. Only DPS, and let's go. So, it instantly filled. Yeah, classic. So, if you have a legendary and you want to get the sigils, or you don't have legendary sigils, it works like that if you have a legendary equipped in the current equipment template, you will have the sigils on there. If you go to a different equipment template, you have a legendary, maybe the same one equipped, and you can have different sigils on there. If you have the legendary sigils, of course, you can also change them on both of them. And the cool part is you can even use the legendary sigils if you don't have, for example, only have an ascended weapon. You can still use the sigils on the other template as well. That's the same for the legendary. They don't have to have the same sigils on there. Yeah, that's how it works. Hope that makes sense. And I think they need a second pass on all of the double resource specs. They won't go over well. Most people already have problems with energy on Revenant. Now you have a secondary resource to pay attention to. Yeah, I think the problem is not only that there is a secondary resource. I think the problem is also that this is not really like giving you that much of a boost, you know? Having a more complex rotation because of the affinity management and not getting any value from it other than just a few stats, but no real like crazy value. That's not good. I really think there should be some like big buffs why you should take this instead of a Herald or instead of a, I don't know, full DPS Vindicator. I really think this is not the case at the moment, and I really hope they will give it some kind of buff to that. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's absolutely broken and it's not that hard to play. Yeah, Ritualist is definitely like feels like a very core, the safeness from a core Necromancer with crazy good damage as a power build and looks like an offensive Harbinger with having the tankiness in a Shroud. It looks really, really strong. Yeah, I'm with you there, Filthy. Yeah. Welcome, Kyla. Welcome. Nice to catch you on stream. Yeah, exactly. It would be so cool if you have a, I don't know, just a trait that changes Staff Elementalist to not only be supportive in water and having utility on air and earth, and the fire weapon skills are just too slow. I think it would be really cool if you could say, okay, I will take this trait and it will remove all my support capabilities from staff and turn them into aggressive ones. I think that is like... Wait. They have some problems. So let's wait. We have some problems here, like classic. Someone joins and says they will going quick DPS, and they play Tempest. Is that working? Please swap, please. I don't want to have another like. I don't know. Yeah, see you, Mochivari. See you. He's stuck on a beam? What? I didn't say that, but it's okay. Yeah, classic commanding and people don't listen to you. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, exactly. Just do a little bit each day and you will have a decent like time. Yeah, I think getting the legendaries on day 1 is a grind, of course, going really try hard. But if you're going for something, yes. People, I'm the commander. People don't listen to me. There's a lot of this discussion in the team chat going on. Just listen to me. Yeah, looks decent now. Yeah, so Content feels like the most complicated ref spec to learn now. Yeah, I think it's the most complicated one, and the sad part is will not be the best one. That's always, for me, that's a big problem. If you have a spec that is complicated and is not really like good, I don't know. I personally think it's like quite important that specs that are really challenging to play are also worth taking over other specs. Yeah, and I think I'm not sure if Conduit really deserves that right now. I think it is somewhat, it is not hard to play, to be honest. I think it's not bad, but it is not like completely easy, like for example a Herald or something. And I don't see it, to be honest, being that strong. I hope they will give some buff to it, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will be absolutely broken, the beta. I just didn't see it yet. Could be the case. Could be. But I don't expect it, to be honest. Imagine when they started playing it on World vs. World with Ritualists. Yeah, I think like World vs. World will be infested with Ritualists, with Troubadours after the release of the expansion, and it will be really boring. I think it will be not that fun, because that means that we will have a lot of like, I don't know, just tanky stuff running around, like Paragons and Troubadours with invulnerability sharing. I don't look forward to that, to be honest. It doesn't look like that exciting to me. Anyone knows when the raid tournament will happen? I'm pretty sure it is somewhere in August, but I'm not completely sure when exactly. I think it will be quite soon, to be honest. I have to check. I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat knows, actually. Yeah, quick DPS is being very fast. No, it's cleared out now. It's cleared out now. So, no, Tempest can give boons. But it's only Alacrity. So you can't share quickness on an Alacrity Tempest. That's not gonna work. So you want to have a Catalyst. And now we have a Catalyst in the 3rd subgroup, and we have quickness there. That's good enough. That's how it works. Nice, I did not get trapped. That's what we want. Very good, gives some stability here. This build is really fun. So if you don't know what I'm playing a healer here, but I'm doing some DPS as well. Just really good. That's what we want. And in the easy strike missions here, very, very easy to play and safe pick. Did not check any teaser yet, but do we know which legendary are we going to get? So we know there will be 3 weapons coming. That much we know. 3 weapons plus 1 ring, 1 aqua breather, and 1 accessory. That's as far as I know. Or is it the last one? I'm not completely sure. Yeah, I think it's accessory. Yeah. Or I'm not completely sure. Maybe it's amulet. I think the last one I'm not 100% sure. But it will be 3 weapons, the aqua breather, and 1 ring. That much is guaranteed. I'm not 100% sure if it's the amulet or the accessory. But it will be 3 trinkets, if you count the aqua breather as a trinket, and 3 weapons. Yeah. We don't know how they will look. We don't know how they will be acquired through what means. And we don't even know when they will come out. So if it's like in the beginning of the expansion, there will be 3 and then 3, probably like that. But it could be either way, to be honest. So we will see how they will do it. I'm just like looking forward to any more legendaries that I can acquire. You know, that's just my big grind. I like that. So looking forward to that either way. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think I think they thought about this. They said there will be quickness and alacrity on Amalgam that you can share as well, but then it's not permanent as far as I understood it. Or I'm not completely sure how they want to manage that. I think it's possible right now to share alacrity and quickness on Amalgam, which looks obviously quite broken. But I'm not sure if they wanted to leave it like that. That's an interesting one for me, for sure. Let's go now and go for a full heal. But we don't know. I think Elementalist is very rewarding to learn. I think Elementalist is one of the best specs if you want to have a high skill ceiling and want to master a single class. This is like one of the best to learn for sure. Yeah. At least in my opinion. I was excited for it, but then saw everything and realized it's Core Revenant Plus. Yeah, definitely. It feels like a Core Revenant with some additions that are not as exciting as other Elite Specs additions. I really will think so. I was really like hyped up for it, but yeah, it's not looking like it will be like absolutely crazy, to be honest. The Conduit reveal has kind of killed my hype for the expansion. No, that's sad to hear. That's sad to hear. I mean, I can understand if you're a Revenant main and you don't like the Conduit. I can definitely see that. But I personally think that's quite sad. Really hope you will get some hype going before the expansion comes out and you will have something at least that keeps you interested in it. But yeah, I can understand it. We don't know which weapon. I had some speculation going. It could be 3 underwater weapons. It could be weapons that are very useful, like that we get all the time, like swords, staffs, stuff like that we use all the time. But other than that, I'm not completely sold which one it will be. It could be anything, to be honest. I really don't know. Give some stability here. Looks good. Yeah, but I personally think it would be smart to make a mix of that people use all the time and not give us 3 underwater weapons and then it's the underwater expansion, but no one plays underwater. And we will get like a trident, a harpoon gun, and no one gets those because it's not important. Our DPS is actually quite bad, to be honest. Why is our DPS so bad? I mean, our boon up time is okay. It's not good, but it's okay. I don't actually know what's the problem. Huh. It's okay. I mean, Snowdrop is top DPS with probably auto attack spamming only. Or, like, not auto attack, but your pistol 3. So, yeah, we could improve on the DPS, I would say. That's okay. That's okay. We did it anyway. Quick question regarding Ascended Armor. Is Harrier a good stat? Yes, Harrier is amazing. Harrier for a healer is amazing because it's one of the best stats to get for all healers. That's just pick that one and you will be really good to go. Yeah, definitely. Hope they add another legendary for Fractal Strikes raids. I actually can see some legendary for the new combination merge of strikes and raids. I can see that. But I think there will be mostly open world legendaries or convergences or something like that. I think the legendaries will be tied into the essences so that you are forced, or not forced, but incentivized to play the convergences that give you essences, rift hunting and that kind of stuff so that you have some incentive to farm those again. But I don't know. Could be that there will be some in raids, in maybe even fractals. I don't think in fractals, to be honest, but I think in raids it's quite likely, to be honest, that there's at least one that is somewhat integrated into strike missions and raids. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true. You could use other specs to upkeep Amalgam's quickness and like boons. That would be very interesting. I agree. Very interesting idea. But I'm not sure if you want to craft your whole like, I don't know, squad around having an Amalgam as a support. Maybe in really try-hard groups you could make that work, but I think in like pack groups that sounds like very scuffed. I'm not sure if that's gonna work out well, but really cool idea. I like that. Yeah, a ring is guaranteed, but I think if I'm not completely sure if it's an amulet or an accessory. I forgot. It's one stuff with an A. I don't know what it was. Yeah. It's true. All Revenant specs are somewhat like this, but the problem is that this spec doesn't get anything like interesting. It's just like stats, you know. Normally, a Revenant gets, for example, Vindicator gets the cool dodge. Herald gets an F2 and gets really cool legend skills that are flip over skills, really, really easy to use, but really, really strong. Then you have Renegade, which is, I would say, one of the most boring ones, but still decent. And then you have the last one would be, so to say, the new Conduit that is also not like that exciting to me in terms of like, I don't know. I feel like the stats are just like a boring way to buff your class. I really think it's like a core element, a core Revenant that is like giving you some more stats. That's really like it. And I don't know if I can get this. Yeah, very good. But I don't know. I feel like they should give it something that is a little bit more unique than just stats. That's my take. But I'm with you there. Revenant always had this some kind of, not problem, but identity that all the classes that we get with the elite specs for Revenant are not really like that exciting in terms of like how much they change the class up, because they always give you a legend that you will have to use probably in those in your builds then, and that's it. That's the build defining thing is the legend, and the mechanic is just getting a new F2 or F3 skill or something like that. That is true. So I was hoping for something more interesting, but I didn't get it. That's my take. It's still fun, don't get me wrong, but I think I can understand why people would be a little bit upset about this. I can see that. Yeah, I think Gale Shot is one of the best ones. I will do a tier list after this run here, and I can tell you I think Gale Shot will be one of the highest ones. I think it's really cool in design. It looks really fun. It looks quite strong. I think it's not as flexible as, for example, the Evoker, but it looks really, really potent in all game modes. Yeah, I can't wait to try it. How did we actually get gold rewards here? Because no one died. It's crazy. Very good. You know, it's so power crept, the game. Oversold in the trailer, but the actual gameplay didn't deliver. Yeah, I think it's like very, very, very good summary there. I think Gale Shot is one of the ones that was in the trailer, looked a little bit boring, but it's really, really cool to play around. And then you have we did those two, this one, it's only Bone Skinner left, yeah. So, yeah, Gale Shot looks way better than in the trailer, whereas the Conduit looks a little bit worse. Yeah, or it's quite worse actually, because we were so hyped about it, and now we didn't really get anything anymore. Yeah, that is like that, like, I don't know. I was hyped to have some kind of like the core elites, or how is it called, core legends are completely amped up. You know, that you can go so really crazy. I don't know, full support, Conduit, you know, with the Centaur stance, stuff like that. That was amazing. But you can't even provide alacrity or quickness, so there is no value in going for a full healer. Maybe in competitive modes, maybe. But that's about it. I don't know. It looks really weak. It looks really weak. But maybe I'm wrong, you know, maybe it is just looking weak, but the stats are enough to make it somewhat interesting. But I don't know. It feels like it's not providing that much value for most content. Oh, we didn't get the CC. I mean, we lost someone. That's they DC'd even, I guess, or just rage quit. One of those two things. Engie gets the coolest spec in the game. Yeah, I think Engineer is definitely good. Engineer mains will be happy, yeah, for sure. Engineer in general is always something that is quite flexible, but the Amalgam looks like giga flexible, yeah. To concentrate here, I'm not sure. We need to. I don't provide quickness, so I can't give more quickness to the other sub, sadly. It's fine. It's fine. We will still get the kill, I guess. One button thief strikes again. Yes. I mean, It's like a sad thing to see that you are completely out DPSing like 5 other DPS players on this build. It's not like, don't want to incentivize people playing this. I'm just saying it's a little bit sad if like the others are not getting enough DPS if there are current benchmarks at 50k. It feels bad, But I can totally, like, I don't care, to be honest. If you don't die at Bone Skinner, good enough. You know, if you give me boons, stuff, good enough. And I think we all actually are doing a good job here. I think we get 1 DC and that's it. I had way worse groups in the last few months on Bone Skinner. So I don't care if your DPS is not that high. I really don't. If you don't die and give me the role that you are playing, good enough. Yeah. Live tier list? Yes, we could do a live tier list after this. Just give me like 15 minutes maybe or something. We do maybe 10 minutes. Do a Dragonstorm. And then we will do the tier list. The amount of speed it will have as a concept is so fun. Just roam around, keep fighting from distance. Yeah, I think it's like, I think the Gale Shot fantasy is perfect with the general idea of how the spec plays. So we lost, I guess we lost DPS, that's okay. Why do people leave without saying anything, you know? Okay, party is full. Very good. Yeah, I think the fast-pacedness and long-ranged and squishiness is so fitting for the Gale Shot. It's really, really good. I think it's the perfect class for all the ranged enjoyers, ranger enjoyers that were like a little bit missing in the core game and with the elite specs that we got before. I think it's perfect. I think it's definitely one of the highest ones in terms of just general, like, class fantasy meets really good mechanic. I really think so. If they don't disable all tool belt for Engie, it's 10 of 10. I mean, they disabled old... The Amalgam disables old tool belt skills in that regard. So, as far as I know, the tool belt will only have the F1. The F1 is the only thing that stays the same. The F2, F3, F4, F5 are the Amalgam. It's only Amalgam skills. You can't get the other tool belt skills. So, yeah, I have to be a little bit like the bringer of bad news there. It will not have all the tool belt skills. It will only have the F1 healing tool belt skills. Yeah, that's the sad truth. Doesn't rely too much on kits for optimal play. I actually don't think so. I think the Amalgam skills are really, really crazy good power, like modifiers and stuff. So I think they will be really good. Very good. So yeah, I think I actually think Amalgam will lose maybe 1 kit, but I think you will not have to play 4 kits as a Condi quickness DPS scrapper or something. Yeah, will not happen. Yeah. Yeah, it will be really flexible. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense from a class design that the Amalgam, the Evoker will be really flexible, and the Gale Shot and, for example, the Antiquary will not be that flexible, but they are really good at what they want to fill. I think the only problem that I see, for example, is the Conduit, because the Conduit looks like a class that should be flexible, but isn't, because it doesn't provide any quickness or alacrity. I really hope that they will give something like that to it, and then you can play some kind of support Conduit, maybe can play a full DPS Conduit in Condi builds or something like that. Then it would be more flexible, but right now it looks like a DPS with a stat stick. That's not good enough. What I thought with Conduit will do is change every legend skill, make them more fun to use since they have boring skills. Yeah, I think it will change it in a better way than Core Revenant, but it's still not, in my opinion, as good as I hoped it to be. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm with you there. Charles feels really strong, but the problem is if you play a support like in PvE and you don't have any quickness or alacrity, then it's unplayable. So yes, I'm completely with you. I think the Conduit will be a really good support in competitive modes because you don't need alacrity or quickness in those modes. But in PvE, it's impossible to play as a support. It's just not playable. That's the sad part. But yeah, I'm with you there. I think the Conduit in competitive modes looks really good. I think the Conduit looks really good. But in PvE, I think it doesn't really hit any spot where you say this is a good spec. That's the sad part, yeah. My Signet of Undeath was too slow. Guess he didn't like that. Yeah, I mean, they are, I don't know. It's fine. We have 10 people again. The amalgam stuff is super powerful compared to old stuff, so why not let people use the old toolbelt skills? Yeah, I think that is what people always have a little bit of like issues with, that they take away stuff from engineer, the toolbelt skills, and for example, like the classic F5, there is only the it's so fun. The elite skill, toolbelt skill, is only available on a core engineer. You know, that's like, okay, it's the only class that gets taken away in each elite spec all the time. So yeah, that's a little bit sad. I guess that's fair criticism, but I think it is still something that is acceptable because the morph skills are extremely strong and they evolve. You will see if you play it, they are absolutely busted. I think it's one of the strongest specs in existence. Yeah, it's really, really good. Yeah, I think the specialized element evoker is something that not a lot of people actually really like living up to and see how strong that is. But I think personally it looks surprisingly strong already, and I think they will actually give it some buffs after the beta event, because it looks a little bit weaker than they wanted it to be, because they mentioned it in the stream multiple times that they will probably give it some kind of buff to it. So I'm really expecting some buffs to the specialized evoker. But I think it will be already quite potent with, for example, a fire specialized scepter evoker. Yeah, I really think so. Yeah, what can I say? I mean, looking forward to those beta tests and just in general trying out my cool and interesting ideas for all the specs. I really think so. It's sad that push is not staying around much longer, because that's an ideal mode to test out some of the specs, but I guess you can't have all at the same time, I guess. At least they moved the monthly AT a bit back in PvP, so there will be actually more time to test them, and we can get the content of the AT a little bit delayed as well. That's really good, so I can cover it here on stream maybe as well. Yeah. Do you think Celestial Firebrand is still good? In PvE, yes. In competitive modes, no. Celestial is nerfed in World vs. World, so you can't really use it there. And in PvE, it's a decent build, yeah. It's really good in fractals, it's really good in some raids and strike missions. I would not run it everywhere, but in most encounters, it's actually surprisingly good, yeah. Yes. Antiquary is not flexible, yes. Antiquary is only DPS, but I think it fills its role really well. It is very, very strong DPS that is fun and very interesting. But I think the problem that I mentioned, that you maybe not have completely understood what I wanted to say here, is that the Antiquary always wanted to be a full DPS build that is really interesting and has some interesting ideas. Whereas the Conduit wanted to be something very flexible just by its design, but it is not. So I think hitting the mark on something that is already designed as something that is not as flexible is good. But if you don't hit the mark of something that is very, like, baseline should be very flexible, but is not, that's bad then. That's not that fun to play. So I think that's why the Conduit in PvE looks a little bit weak, whereas in competitive modes, the Conduit looks amazing. Yeah, that's my prediction there. I think Conduit will be really, really potent in competitive modes. You know, just getting more stats is already really good. Giving you more like tankiness if you want, for example, Chalice in the off legend, or having full Condi burst, having 3 teleports on Shiro, that looks insane, you know, absolutely insane to me. So I think Conduit will be one of the most broken specs in competitive modes. But in PvE, I personally would actually expect it not to be run that often. It will be a Condi DPS build with Malex, it will be a power DPS build with Shiro, but I'm not sure if the burst DPS will be that high that you like put that over on Vindicator, or if you want to play that instead of a Renegade. I think there will be a balance patch, and I really expect them to buff Renegade or rework Renegade, because they already gave us the healing increase on Renegade, and I really think that Renegade will get some kind of heavy reworks in the traits or something like that with the next balance patch that will make Renegade the most like potent healer. I really think so. Which is weird, because they just give alacrity to Vindicator and make that a healer as well. So I really don't know how they will do it. Maybe they will actually completely remove the alacrity from Renegade and give it quickness instead. I really don't know. I think it's so weird. Revenant support in PvE is so weird. It's the only spec where I would say there is no support build that is like S tier. That's a little bit sad. So I don't know. I think Conduit could have easily been the support, but there is no quickness or alacrity on there, so there is no real reason to play this as a support. I don't know. Looks weird. I really don't understand the thought process there, to be honest. But what can you do, you know? I'm just a player and give my thoughts on it. Maybe the developers have more insight there and know what they are doing. Yeah, maybe. Thanks, get well soon. Thanks again for the donation. Really appreciate it. Time to learn Lush Forest, Bladestone. Wish me luck. Hope to see some guides on min-maxing at some point. Yeah, I'm working on some really try-hard builds, really high DPS builds, and trying to get the full-fledged YouTube video about it. And Bladestone is also on the list. And yeah, good luck with that. It's not an easy build, but it's really, really strong if you can pull it off. So yeah, thanks for the donation. Really appreciate it. And what can I say? I think having a build that is hard to perform on and mastering it is one of the most fun aspects in Guild Wars 2 for me. So yeah, have fun with that. Will definitely like work out if you're patient. Yeah. So now we wanted to do the tier list. Let's set it up. Let's set it up. Do you think one of the quality updates is reworking all the classes? Oh, I actually don't think so, to be honest. I think one of the updates, or there will be a big update 6 months after the expansion releases. That much is for sure. And this update will be core feature related. So there will be no there will be a big update that gives us only features, yeah? Core features. There's probably core features means it's only like available for everyone, yeah? So it will not be for Visions of Eternity owners only. No, it will be for all like players. So it will be core features, like for example adding strike missions and raids together, maybe reworking dungeons, stuff like that. I don't know what exactly it will be, like fashion templates, but I highly suspect it to be something that is hopefully game changing to some extent and brings people's attention to other stuff that we had before. I really hope so. So what do I expect it to be? Core classes rework? I don't see that, to be honest. Maybe some skill reworks, but that's more like a balance patch thing. So I don't really expect it to be something that is like that. But maybe you're right there. Maybe. Would be really cool. Gate Shot is what Bladestone should have been. Yeah, maybe there will be a balance patch that will make the Bladestone something like that, but I really don't know. I think that is something that is in a balance patch. I really think so. So let me quickly change my stream. Give me a second. So we wanted to do a tier list. Now it should be here. Give me a second. There we go. Let's move that up. Sadly, I can't use an ad block on this website. That's the only really sad part. So we have to do it like that, I guess. And like that. Something like that. And then we need to put those things on. No, not this. This one. There we go. So I have 2 tier lists prepared for the elite specs. One of them will be about fun on the left side. So how fun is the elite spec? What will be, how like cool looks the mechanic? How interesting will it be to play? Something about the fantasy of the class as well. But I will not go too deep in that because that is a little bit like, yeah, interesting, but I don't care too much if the gameplay is fun, if that looks really interesting. Then it will be high tier even if the lore or the fantasy is not that fitting that way. And then on the right side, you see how strong something will be. So if I expect it to be absolutely broken, just a little bit broken, if it will be good, if I don't know, because I can't say, because I have to try it out, or if I think it will be bad. slight spoiler, nothing will be bad, everything will be really good, but just saying, looks like really interesting. Yeah, so that will be the tier list here. Maybe LFG rework, maybe rudimentary rate finder functionality, but reworking one core class would be way out of scope. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think the LFG rework looks quite possible, but full core class rework doesn't look like that promising. And I think that's more of a balance feature update, and it will not rework a full core class. I think it will be more like maybe changing the functionality of your gun save or something like that, but making it completely like the Gale Bow. I don't know, it doesn't work. I don't think it's like that. So, let's start. We have 9 elite specs that will come with the Visions of Eternity expansion. I will cover all of them, of course, give you my take on it. Let me know your takes as well, you know, down in the comments or in this chat here, and we will talk about it. Yeah. Really, you think the Evoker is so bad? I think then you're one of the rare people that actually don't like the Evoker. I think the Evoker is actually quite fun. A lot of people like the Evoker, and I think it looks quite good. Strength is redundant since it will have a lot of balancing iterations, the better lifespan. Maybe you're right there, but I think personally the strength of an elite spec is not only about the balancing. Yes, you're right, there might be some balancing adjustments and it will be not that good, but personally I think it's just fair to give you my take on how fun it will be and a separate take on how strong it will be, because I can only rate how fun and strong it will be at the current moment. I can't give you my take when, like in 6 months or something, when they nerfed it all down, changed it, there will be definitely a different strength tier list for sure. But right now I will give you my take on how strong I expect it to be, because some elite spec might look a little bit dull, but are probably quite broken. And I think I want to give this people that are saying, oh, I don't like this specific dull elite spec, I want to give them some opportunity to actually enjoy and be hyped about the expansion, even if it looks a little bit dull. If it will be broken, maybe they will still be interested in it. That's why I want to give strength and fun in one video or one tier list here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I will do it. I will do it a bit smaller. I also put it a little bit higher, I guess, so that people don't see. Yeah, I think that's now better. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm sorry, you know, I'm not sure if I can make it a little bit less over the top. Maybe I deactivate the chat overlay. Give me a second. It's so, the screen is so full, you know, that's the problem. It's the problem. So much stuff on the screen. Maybe I have to make it a bit bigger, but then it will also not help that much. Maybe like that. Maybe like that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't fit all of them, I guess, on one screen. That makes it's not that easy to put everything on one. I just want to make that on one screen because I really want to emphasize that there might be a spec that is a little bit dull, but it will be really, really good in all game modes. You know, that is what I really think that might be decent. Yeah. Very good. So let's leave it like that. Yes, exactly. I always like tier lists. I'm a tier list enjoyer, so let's start with, let's start with the Troubadour. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? The Troubadour, by design, personally, I think the Troubadour as a bard, as some kind of minstrel, yes, it is a decent fantasy. I think the class mechanics don't look like that exciting to me. I think it's not as fun as Chronomancer or even Virtuoso in how it feels. Personally, I think it's the class mechanic feels not as fun as it could have been, but it's absolutely broken. It is easily absolutely broken here because sharing distortion, it doesn't matter what else it has in the kit, sharing distortion in all game modes is absolutely broken, and they will nerf it. I can tell you already, this will not stay in the game. This is too broken. And I think because of that, it's an absolutely broken, but already the base kit is also quite strong. It will be meta in all game modes. Even as a DPS build, I think it will be decent because you can share distortion on the DPS build as well. Really, really strong. And I think the class design, personally, like I said, I think it could have been better. I think it's not as exciting. Just having some untargetable instruments follow you around, it's not that exciting to me. So my first hot take there will be that I will actually expect I personally think it will be more in like low good tier, maybe B tier. I think it's not as exciting, to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan. I put it for now in B tier, full knowing that I will probably play this build like the most of all of them, because it will be, instead of Chronomancer's Jail, it will be Troubadour Jail. I really think so. So that's what I think. It's somewhat boring of a design, not too exciting, because you just spam your instruments and that's about it. But it will be absolutely broken. I really think so. Maybe someone in chat has a completely different opinion here, but I think there are way cooler elite specs coming. And I think the Troubadour is barely like somewhat boring, maybe low good tier, but I don't think it is absolutely like very fun. Then we have the next hot one, Paragon. Yeah, Paragon is like, oh, what can I tell you? It looks dull. I personally really think the Paragon personally looks quite dull. I don't like the Paragon design. Yes, you have your shouts, but I personally think the Paragon is just something that, from a gameplay mechanic, I personally think you could make the argument for putting it higher than Dull, because it is something that is using this adrenaline build up and this chant mechanic, but the traits are so bad. I really think the traits really pull it down. If the traits would have been more exciting, I would easily put it in good tier. But the traits are just so bad. It's just one thing, it cleanses condition. It gives alacrity. It's really bad. The base mechanic of the spec is fun, in my opinion. Building up those chants, giving this passive refrains going, I think that makes sense. But the traits are so boring. I really don't think so. I think it looks really unfun. It will be good. I think it will be really good. I'm not sure if it's broken or if it's like good. I personally think it might be only in good, because the best thing about it is that you can't go down stat. That will be good. But the stability and the boon access that you have there, I'm not sure. I think Berserker as a healer might even have better boon access. I really think that the stability providing here doesn't feel that crazy exciting. Maybe it's in broken, but I think in competitive modes, I think it might be in broken, but in PvE, I think it's good, but it's not absolutely broken. That's my take. I think you can't play alacrity DPS, you can only play full heal or full DPS, and full DPS looks a little bit boring. I don't know. I really think it's not as exciting as I would expect it to be. Yeah. I just came to say Antiquary into Dumpster here. Fair. Yeah, I think it's really cool that you have those really fun shouts that you say, don't die, and then your teammates don't die. I think that's really cool and really fun. I just am really I like specs that have a really well fleshed out utility, profession mechanic, and traits. And the Paragon really are like, it feels like the skills are okay, the profession mechanic is cool, but the traits are really boring. So that's why it is drawn so much down. Because if you look at, for example, Troubadour traits and the upcoming traits of the other specs, they are just way more exciting. They change the gameplay drastically. Whereas in Paragon, they are like, yeah, you now apply alacrity, but the gameplay is almost exactly the same. And I think that's boring. I want to have some big game-changing things. That's at least my take, yeah. If only every animation wasn't just the same thing. Yeah, I think yeah, that's true. The animations are all looking the same. That's also not helping how much fun it is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think this fake rebound, like Snowdrop puts it here, is definitely something that makes it really good, but it doesn't make it very fun necessarily, because one skill that is absolutely broken and the other traits and utility skills doesn't make it that like fun. Yeah, then it's not that fun to me, you know. I think Troubadour has really broken traits, really broken other just baseline profession mechanics, and on top of that the distortion. That's why it's in Giga broken, and I personally think even because of that it's still somewhat boring. It's still not the most exciting one. But like I said, that's my personal opinion. And of course the strengths can be completely off, probably not, but could be, because the beta event, the balancing might change. Yeah, for sure. All medium professional S tier in strength and fun, in my opinion. Yeah, that could, we will get to that, but I think you are somewhat interestingly close there, yeah, I would say, yeah. Yeah, so let's go now to, let's say Gale Shot. Gale Shot is something that I wanted to mention here as well. We have now one heavy armor class, 1 light armor class, and 1 medium armor class. Let's go to Gale Shot. I think Gale Shot will be really good. I think Gale Shot goes for me into broken tier. I think it will not be absolutely broken. It will be broken. It has high DPS probably. It can apply quickness, has high range. It's really good in competitive modes. It's really evasive. I think it will be with perfect DPS build. I will play that if I play DPS in the expansion all the time. I think it's so amazing, really cool, like just traits and stuff to be really good. And because of the design of how it works, it's perfectly like fitting to a class that wants to be evasive, fast, but still having power DPS, no condi in there, having ranged, having some kind of wings with the birds and stuff around. I think it's an easy S tier for me. It's very cool, very fitting, perfect ranger spec. I think there is almost nothing that I would say is negative about this spec. I really think so. I think personally, if all specs would be like that, I would be like in a dream world. It's amazing. I really think so. Yes, I will do the Elementalist last. Yes, of course. I think really that the Gale Shot is really like something that I would say, yep, that is like how it should be. I really think so. And I really expect it to be exactly like that. I think they will not nerf it. That it will be broken when it comes out with good damage, with good quickness uptime, with good range and stuff. But I think they will not nerf it. I really think so. Yeah. Yeah, it only gives quickness, that is true. It doesn't have any other like boon support, but I think that's okay. You know, you don't have to have an offensive supporter that provides quickness, might, fury, stability, all of that good stuff. That is not completely necessary if your DPS is good enough, you know? And it has crazy good range all the time in the kit with the longbow or with the gale bow. And therefore it's like very flexible. You can do mechanics, you can do really good stuff while doing DPS. I really think that's perfect spec. Yeah, I agree. It is not like full coverage of the boons, but that doesn't need to be the case. I think that's not good design. Yeah. Yeah. So let's now go to Ritualist. Let's start with Ritualist being. I personally think Ritualist is somewhat boring to me. That might be a hot take. I know a lot of people enjoy the Ritualist. But I think it's a core necromancer with more minions to summon. That's it. I think the traits are not that exciting. I think the general class mechanic is okay. I think the most, what is the downturner for me is the utility skills. They are not that exciting. I think the utility skills feel a little bit like, yeah, there are DPS increases, there are some buffs, but they don't feel that exciting. I think for me, the Ritualist is like a core necromancer plus. And don't get me wrong, it will be really good. I think I will put it in broken tier because it will be really good. You can play as a power DPS, you can play as a quickness DPS, you can play as a full quickness healer. It will be really good. And in competitive modes, it will also be obnoxious to play against all the time with the untargetable summons and stuff. But I personally think it's not as exciting as I could have like expected it to be. We will see that with another spec coming up, but I personally think this one is somewhat boring from a design, but definitely broken when it releases. That's my take. I can totally see why people are absolutely hyped about it because they are having some nostalgia with it or are just excited to play some kind of more minion monster rebuilds. Sure, I'm just not someone of those. Yeah, that's my take. Yeah, more ground target. Exactly. Yeah, I totally see that you like minion monster and you play Ritualist because of that, but I'm not a big minion fan in Guild Wars 2, and I think that's like what the spec is all about. So that's my personal take why I think it's a little bit boring, because it's like a core necromancer. The shroud feels like really focused on those minions, and if you're not excited to play those minions, I mean, they are still there, you know, you have to use them, otherwise you will not play the spec. So that's why it's there. But that's just my take, like I said. And now let's go to the Conduit. I was really hyped for Conduit. When I saw the trailer and I read the blog post, I was like, holy shit, this looks amazing. This is really, really strong, really cool, making core legends stronger, focusing on the flexibility, changing like to condition for Malex, to power for Shiro, and that kind of stuff, going for a more tanky approach with the dwarf stance, but it doesn't live up to that. It really doesn't. I think it is really interesting with how do you have the resonance effect and this cosmic wisdom effect. I think that makes sense, it's fun, but I think there is something missing. I really think so. I personally think that the Conduit, let's put it first here in the front. I think it is for me somewhat boring. It will be really good in competitive modes because of all the stats and all the stuff, but I think it is not as exciting as other specs. Yeah, I really think so. I think for me the Conduit for me will be in good tier because of that, because in competitive modes it's really good. In PvE it will be only DPS. That is it. So I think for me it's somewhat boring. You could make the argument to even put it in dull because it's like a stat stick and gives you some more core level in legend, but I really hope that they will give us some kind of upgrades to it, that it will be more, I don't know, that there will be something more with it. I think the traits are somewhat exciting, to be honest. So yeah, I will leave it for now here like this, but I don't know. I feel like the class fantasy of it could have been so good. I mean, that's maybe why I'm so like a little bit downturned of it, because it could have been amazing and it is not as good. It will be really good in a gameplay mechanical thing in terms of strength, but in terms of how fun it will be, I don't see it. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Amir. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we covered now one heavy, one... Yeah. So now we have one medium armor class. Let's talk about the Antiquary. The Antiquary, I personally think the Antiquary will go into broken tier. I really think so. The Antiquary will only be DPS in PvE. You can't play it as Alacrity or Quickness, but it will be giga broken in terms of damage that it puts out. And in competitive modes, it will be absolutely busted how much like defensive, evades, damage, CC, everything is in there. It will be really, really strong. Absolutely like giga S tier build for competitive modes. So definitely really strong. And I have to be honest, I think the class fantasy and the design of it is for me good. I really think so. I think the class fantasy itself doesn't fit that well to Thief. That is probably objectively true. I think it is not as fitting to Thief, for example, as, I don't know, Deadeye or Daredevil. But that, at least in my opinion, but with the guitar and that stuff, that is not something that I think is very fitting to Guild Wars 2 in general, but it looks a little bit goofy. But the traits are amazing, the class mechanic with the artifacts are really good, and this double-edge utility skills is also amazing. It's really fun, looks really cool with the mechanic and stuff. I personally think the gameplay-wise and fun looks really, really fun. Yeah, I really think so. I'm losing my mind. How do I join Twisted Marionette in public? Does it even exist anymore? Is Guild Wars 2 efficiency lying? It exists, but there is you go to the Guild Wars 2 event timers on the wiki, and there you need to wait until the event timer happens. Yeah. Antiquary Elite should stun the enemy and force them to ectogambling. Do you understand? Interesting, yeah. I mean, I think the Elite skill is not as exciting as it could be, but it looks really fun, yeah. I think that's one of the Elite skills that looks the worst. But still, I think the class looks quite good. It's like the Conduit, just the opposite. I think the Conduit looked really good in the blog post and the trailer, whereas the Antiquary looked a little bit like goofy and stuff, but the gameplay itself actually looks way better. So, yeah. Yeah, it feels a little bit random, but the gameplay of it looks really good. I mean, random makes sense, obviously. It's a good one. The Antiquary looks random, yes. When I think of an assassin, I always think of playing an electric guitar first. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, who wouldn't? Beating someone with an electric guitar until they're dead. Yeah. Yeah, so let's talk now about let's start with the Luminary. The Luminary. That's a tough one. I think the class fantasy is somewhat boring. Yeah. I think the Luminary of the class fantasy itself doesn't look that exciting. So, is it dull? Maybe. Yeah, probably. But I think the traits and the general, like, that you get a unique buff that you can also give to your allies that decreases damage on top of protection and gives some healing, and you have this refresh mechanic. I think for me it's somewhat boring, the fun aspect. I think it's somewhat boring. At least for me. I think it will be good, don't get me wrong. I think it will be actually really good in competitive modes as a tank. I think it will also be really good in PvE as a DPS build. Because of that, I think I put it in broken tier, because the numbers there, I can see spamming your virtues extremely actively can be broken for alacrity. I think it will be somewhat easy to play and therefore will be broken, and it will be really tanky in competitive modes. Will be really annoying to fight with all the CC and tankiness. So I think it's somewhat boring, but it has surprising synergies in the traits. And because of that, it's in B tier and not in L tier. But I think it's absolutely broken when it comes out. Not like as broken as we get with Troubadour and Distortion Sharing, but the tankiness it can provide in competitive modes makes it broken. Yeah. And we will see what I mean with absolutely broken other than Troubadour in a bit. But I really think this is where I would put it, yeah. Yeah, I think that's why I'm with you there. I think the skills, the animations of the Luminary look really cool, even though they are not as like impactful as others, but they are not as dull as, for example, the Paragon ones, for sure. Yeah, that's why there's a different tier, I would say. Yeah, it's fair. If you don't like the guard one, I can totally understand it. I think it's better than some, but it's not the best. That much is for sure. Yeah. Welcome, Highloud. Welcome, welcome. Which engineer build is the best for open world? Currently, it's Mechanist. I would say Mechanist is the best one. I have a guide on my YouTube channel. You can just check it out, Celestial Mechanist. You can also just scroll down in the description of the stream. There is a link to all my builds in a spreadsheet, and there is the Mechanist build listed as well. Yeah. So, now let's go to Amalgam. Second to last, penultimate spec we got on Friday. Yeah. Amalgam, what can I tell you? It's amazing. The class design is like perfect to engineer, in my opinion. Easy S tier for me. Like easy S tier, such a good elite spec. Very flexible. Can at this point share quickness and alacrity. Is very flexible in terms of power or condi damage. You can't play it as a healer as far as I understand it, but it works really well in like all scenarios as a bruiser, as a full DPS, as some kind of like helping supporter. It's so good. It's really, really good. And because of this flexibility, I would put it in absolutely broken. Why is that? Because I think it will be giga high damage burst potential in PvE. It will be really bruisery in competitive modes and really strong in all situations. I think there is not a single game mode or situation where you would say, nah, Amalgam is not the choice. It's really good. I really think so. And I think the damage numbers, you know, they didn't have any power in the preview and they hit for such crazy numbers already. I think that will be really good. I really think so. So Amalgam looks amazing. Yeah. Will Paragon be a viable support in raids, or what role could he play good? Yeah. Paragon will be a really good supporter. Full heal support in PvE as alacrity heal. Yes, Paragon will be good in raids. Definitely. Yeah. Would be cool if Amalgam was the special evade lead spec of the expansion with the Ooze Puddle. Yeah, the Ooze Puddle is also, I think that looks really fun. It's probably, I don't know how long the cooldown will be in competitive modes, but that looks really strong because it's an evade. That means that you can still stand on the node and cap it, for example. Really, really good. And with alacrity and stuff, that is actually a really potent skill. I think you could easily run that in PvE as well if you need some evade. It looks really fun. I like that. I think that's all the skills actually cool. Even the most basic ones, you know, the shield skill, where you just have a block in front of you. That looks already quite cool. Some kind of Mercury that you'd have in front of you to protect yourself. It looks really cool. I'm really excited about this one. I'm not a big like engineer player most of the time. I play other classes more. But Amalgam will probably be like one of my most played specs. I really think so. It looks amazing. Yeah. Whoever worked on Amalgam seems like they had the most passion. Yeah, it looks really like it. It looks really, really good. I think it's definitely 10 out of 10 elite spec. I don't know what to criticize about it. It's like really, I think it's perfect. Yeah, definitely. And now for the last one, of course, I saved up the Evoker. What can I say? The Evoker looks like a spec that is, what can I say? Fitting to people, suits people that want to play a fire wizard only, because you can specialize in fire and only play fire. Is that good? Not necessarily, but it will be really fun for those people that want to play it. Thanks, Baloo. Really appreciate it, Prime. Thanks a lot. And I think people that want to have more flexibility don't need to take this straight and can play the familiar, so to say, and swap between, for example, if you have the water familiar and have fresh air. You can swap between water and air like on a 1 second ICD. Yes, that is possible. So I personally think the Evoker is the most flexible spec in existence because you can play it however you like and it will always be strong. You can play it as a full healer. Alacrity heal in PvE. You can play as a quickness DPS in PvE. You can play as a full DPS, a Condi DPS, power DPS, whatever you want. I think the Evoker will be extremely flexible in all game modes, extremely strong, really nasty in terms of how to play against it because the familiars are not targetable. I personally actually think the Evoker will be absolutely broken. And I'm not talking about the fire locking thing. This is something that you can do. That's more like a meme at this point. I think it will not be crazy strong. It will be good on an Inferno build in specific, but I don't think that will be like the go-to for most Evokers. I put it here because the flexibility and stuff. That's why I put it in absolutely broken. And I personally think the Evoker design, that's my take, my personal take. I think it is very cool. I personally think it's very cool. It is not as cool, in my opinion, as, for example, the Gale Shot or the Amalgam, but I think it's definitely better than Antiquary from a trade design. I think they look amazing. You have so many different utilities and stuff that work in tandem with it. I think the utility skills are not that most exciting, but the elite skill looks amazing. The professional mechanic looks great and fun, and the trades change the gameplay a lot. So that's perfect. Yeah, I think those specs are very cool and very fun in my opinion. Yeah. Evoker seems kind of fire or nothing in PvE. Healing is attractive, but literally brings alacrity, some might and fury. That's it. That's not enough for the role. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right. Maybe the healing is not there, but or the boon output is not there. But I personally think it will be a really decent DPS build, and alacrity. Maybe alacrity heal, maybe they will leave alacrity in competitive modes as well, probably not. But it looks like the healing output might be really strong. If you think about you locking yourself into water with a staff, you could probably have one of the craziest healing outputs possible by spamming your familiar skills all the time. Maybe that's a specific build that you want to play. I don't know. But then you can't provide alacrity. Maybe not. Yeah, it's really weird. It's a weird spec. But I think personally it looks really strong in terms of like just flexibility. You know, you can play a full Condi Evoker, you can play a full power Evoker, you can play quickness DPS Evoker. There are so many options, and because of that I think Elementalist is just really high up. Yeah. And you could also, that's what I also want to mention, good point here by Icarus. I think going for full tanky Toad style in competitive modes will be so annoying. You get the damage reduction, yeah? You get minus 33% from protection, and you get minus 33% from resolution, plus the minus 33% against condition damage from protection because of the trait. So you will be almost immune to conditions. It's crazy. That will be such a crazy bunker build for PvP, for example. It will be so good. I really think there are so many build varieties that you can play with it. Mud Wizard, yeah, really strong. Evoker has no access to step or H's, no boons, can't play it as a healer. I think you can play it as a healer, but I'm with you there. I think it's because of the step access missing and the H's missing, it will not be an S tier healer. But the flexibility that you can play it as a healer is there, and not a lot of other specs have that, you know. Look at, for example, the Conduit. It could have been very flexible, but there is nothing in the kit that makes it that flexible as a healer or something. So there is a big discrepancy even in those specs. That's my take, yeah. Ted, don't worry, I will upload this on YouTube as well, and then you can watch it there. Yeah. I think Soma is cooking way too hard. Yeah, maybe I'm cooking too hard, but I personally think it looks really fun. I think the Evoker there is so much potential in different builds that you can try out. Maybe you're right, maybe a heal Evoker will not be existing that much, but I think all the other builds potentially will exist, and I personally think Evoker is like one of the most flexible ones in terms of traits and the familiar and stuff. I personally think it looks actually quite good, yeah. Yeah, maybe they will actually change some of the boons around. You know, it's always like it's a beta event. There is, in terms of strength here especially, I think the fun will not change too much, but the strength tier list, I think that might change. There might be some changes with the beta, even after the beta event with the feedback. They will maybe change some stuff around. Maybe we get some boons, quickness, alacrity on Conduit. Maybe we get some more stability access on Paragon. Maybe we get some stability access on Evoker as well, and change some boons around. And then it will be more useful as a healer, maybe less useful as a DPS. I think there can be a lot of changes they can make that are not as big. I think the more important part is the fun aspect, because that will probably not change too much. So I think it's looking quite equally spread, and as you can see, there will be quite a lot of specs really good, and nothing is bad, because they will probably all be really overpowered when they come out. Yeah, they don't have any Warlock in Guild Wars 2, that's not how it works. Yeah, Fresh Air Evoker will be really good. Yeah. If there was a look and feel, Evoker would be S++ tier. Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure with the Antiquary. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. Hopefully, I think they are not all fleshed out. Some of them need some changes to some of the skills and traits and stuff, but I think they nailed it with some of them. I think for me, top 3 in terms of like overall performance probably will be Gale Shot, Amalgam, and Evoker. I think those, like, for me, are the most exciting ones to play. But I will probably play, like I said, a lot of Troubadour, because it looks quite strong and probably the best spec in terms of like supporting allies. Yeah. So let's swap back in the game. Let's go back in the game. There we go. Yeah, I think Paragon is probably the most dull spec for me in terms of fun, because it just doesn't feel as exciting to me to play. You know, even the Evoker with the passive pet around looks more interesting to me than the Paragon with the shouts. And I think the traits for Paragon are really bad. I think really they should give some more love to the traits. I really think so. But what can you say? You know, maybe they give us. They said it's not written in stone. There will be some changes, and some of them will improve also the traits. I can't expect the Paragon traits to stay like that for the next 6 months. Some of them are so boring. I really think there will be some changes. I really think so. You cannot make someone believe Ranger and NG has no love in past expansions. Yeah, I mean, I think Gale Shot and Amalgam are like probably the best specs for the specific classes, but maybe even one of the best specs ever designed. Yeah, because they are so perfect in what their fantasy is, in what their gameplay mechanics is. It's crazy. I didn't play them yet, you know, but I saw how they looked and the synergies and stuff. They look really good, really good, and I can't wait to play them. Yeah, especially like the Gale Shot in a DPS scenario in PvE. It's so good. If there is some chaotic stuff happening, you have some ranged all the time. You have some potentially even evades in the kit. It's so good. It's so really good. And Amalgam is such a good bruiser in PvP. I will try out like crazy builds with that one. Really cool. I can't wait. I think the Conduit, let's put it like that, Tedet. The Conduit in the blog post and in the video, in the trailer, it looked really cool. Yeah, it had the potential to be the most flexible, and like the spec. Let's say it a little bit differently. And Revenant has always a problem with being flexible because you are locked into stances. Yeah, so I can show that if I swap to my Revenant and I want to play a healer, then I have to play Centaur stance, yeah, to some extent. So where is it? Yeah, if I want to play Centaur stance, then I'm the healer. If I want to play Condi, I'm playing Demon stance. If I want to play Power DPS, I'm going to Assassin stance. But you are always not flexible because you can't change your utility skills. And I was hoping that the Conduit would have some kind of buffs to the core legend or make them more flexible, that you can use them more actively and have more utility in there, that you can also, for example, if you go for the healing route, that the healing would also provide, for example, I don't know, some more H's, maybe some, I don't know, just general more usefulness, not being completely locked into one specific skill all the time. but the conduit is only like giving you stat boosts. That's it. The conduit doesn't provide boons to its allies at all. It's only about selfish stat boosts. So you get like 100 to 200 more stats or something like that, depending on which legends you are currently in. And that's not as exciting, you know. Getting 200 more healing power, yeah, makes you decent as a healer maybe, but you don't provide quickness or alacrity in PvE, so it just doesn't feel that good. I really think that the Revenant is for me something that needed something that is very flexible, because that's the only thing that Revenant really lacks, is flexibility. And it didn't get it, even though the spec would have been perfect for that. So I really hope they give it some love with some changes to it in the upcoming beta event and stuff, that they see, okay, we need some changes there, but it feels a little bit sad. Yeah. Do you think the Troubadour will be better than Conde Mirage in open world for soloing? I actually think so, yeah. I think there will be a really broken Celestial Troubadour for open world, and I really think that will be better than Mirage. I think it will be the best Mesmer spec in probably all game modes. I really think so, yeah. Yeah. Medium classes, big win this expansion? I think it depends who you ask, because some people are really upset about the Antiquary, but I think Gale Shot and Amalgam look amazing. So I personally would say yes, a big win for them, yeah. Turning into a puddle and gliding through blobs in PvP is gonna feel good in World vs. World, yeah. I think this puddle thing is probably really, really strong in competitive modes. In PvE, maybe, but in competitive modes, it will be really, really strong, yeah. Definitely. I think Amalgam has such a good kit. It's crazy. Not only the skill, just the whole kit. Yeah. Yeah, it will only be a pure DPS build. And that's a little bit sad, because I was really hoping for some kind of healing potential for Revenant. A Conduit will full DPS. Full DPS build in PvE. Maybe some kind of support in competitive modes because of stability access and healing potentially. But there will be no quickness or alacrity on the spec, so you can't play it as a healer in PvE. You will play it as a full Condi build or full power build, or both of it. But that's it. And in PvP, it will be probably more like a supportish bunker reap spec that has maybe some conditions backed in as well. You can play multiple builds there. I think in competitive modes, Conduit looks quite potent, but in PvE, it looks quite boring. Yeah. I was hoping for a single legend, but assemble empowered version skills from different legends. Yeah, exactly. I really was hoping for a legend that was helping with the flexibility. But we did get a legend that was just empowering the like specific use case of a specific legend. So Shiro is already the movement legend that has a lot of power damage. And the Rasa stance will just empower this, which is not a bad thing, but it doesn't add flexibility. And flexibility was the thing that we actually needed, at least in my opinion. So that's why I would say it's not perfect. Yeah, I really hope there will be some changes to it. I really hope so. Yeah, medium legendary armor is a good time to start right now. So 4 minutes through the treasure hunts, then we can start something. Yeah. Honestly, I would have expected, by virtue of actually going Dervish, that they lean into the avatar skills from Guild Wars 1, something akin to the human elite racial skills and not just the second attack side animation. Yeah, I was really hoping, my hope, you know, that's maybe was a little bit too much of copium, but my hope was that we would like get some kind of like celestial avatar style form that you can engage in. Maybe you build it up and then you get some kind of 3 skills, some kind of shroud, where you wield a sight and you have specific attacks that are like empowered depending on what kind of legends you have. And then they are like, for example, giving you crazy heals, crazy damage, crazy CC and that kind of stuff. That you have some kind of sight wielding dervish fantasy, stuff like that in that direction. And that it would really help the class to be more flexible because you have, so to say, a third kit. You know, the weapon skills, the utility skills of your 2 legends, and then the third shroud and mechanic. But they didn't give us anything like that. It's really just another legend and an F2 skill that just gives you stats. That's it. Really, the F2 is like, we don't know what to put there, so let's put some stats on it and people will have to use it. That is probably working out in a DPS build in PvE and in all builds in competitive modes, but it doesn't feel like as exciting if you would have some kind of cool mechanics on there. I really missed it. So the beta event will be happening next week. And when it comes out, everyone, even the players that don't have any expansion, can just play the game and try out the classes, how's it called? The beta specs. And the only thing that you have to know here is you will get, I think, I don't know, 3, 5, something like that, 7 new character slots. And those character slots will be added on top of your normal character slots. They will only be accessible during the beta event. And as soon as you create a beta character, you just create it, and then you will have this instantly at level 80 with exotic gear available. But it will make a screenshot of your current account. So that means that your current account with your bank tabs and stuff will be, so to say, screenshotted. And then at this point, you will have 2, so to say, account splits. The first account is your normal account, where you have the normal characters. And the second account is where you have the beta characters, which you can use all the bank stuff on, which you can use all your legendary gear on and that kind of stuff, and try it in PvP, world versus world, PvE, everything. But all the loot that you will get on those beta characters will go into the beta, so to say, account, and will be deleted as soon as the beta is over. So you can't get any actual progress on those characters. But you can try them out in all content. Yeah, that's how it works. Hope that makes sense. If you have any questions, just ask. I might have been a little bit fast on the explanation here. I was hoping for challenging hero points to fill in the elite specs, so I'm waiting for very good expansion. Yeah, I really hope that the expansion with the hero points will be really fun, because if it's like just you get the hero points like very fast because you only have 2 maps, that will be a little bit sad. I really hope there will be decent amount of like hero points that are somewhat challenging, fun to play around, and you have to get all of them for the elite spec, maybe to unlock, stuff like that. We will see. I don't know yet. The classes are just gonna be average made available for a short time. Yeah, definitely. It's really like you can play them for, I think, 7 days. You can play the beta elite specs and you can just try them out. You don't have to have anything prepared for that. You can just play them and you have, so to say, access to them even if you don't pre-order it. There's no requirement. Just play during this time and you will have access to it. Really cool. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people do that. A lot of people invest or put a lot of stuff on the, how's it called? On your bank during this, and then you can gamble like crazy. Like ecto gambling, all that stuff, and you can just gamble without a loss because there is like a split. Nothing will really like stay like that. Or you can purchase a lot of those Sephirite boxes and gamble if you wanted to. It can feel great if you find like crazy infusions that you then can't sell, but yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. Yeah, I think the new Revenant Elite spec, I was really like having high hopes for that one. And I think that's the one that I was like looking really forward to. And I have to be honest, I'm now probably the most like depressed about it. Not depressed in a like crazy way, but I think that was like the one that I was like having biggest hopes for it. And I was a little bit like sad that they didn't live up to that. All the others I'm not that sad about. I think all of them have usefulness and stuff, but the Revenant one looks really like, I don't know. It could have been so much better, so much better. It doesn't really matter how the mechanic would have been if it would have been more flexible. I really think so. If it would have been flexible enough to play in multiple roles and stuff in PvE and be really flexible in competitive modes, there would be so much theory crafting, so many cool things going on, but it isn't. And that's feeling bad. That's really feels bad moment. Yeah, disappointed. That's the right word. Exactly. It's like I feel like they had a really big hype with the trailer and stuff, but they didn't live up to that. And now Revenant fans are somewhat disappointed, which is like understandable. I really hope they can buff it. I really hope so, because it for me it's not like something that is like by design really bad. I think if they would give it some cool interactive traits and stuff, I personally think that might still work out well. I think giving it another F3, F4 skill would have been the better choice. I'm not sure if they will do that, but maybe they make the traits a little bit more interesting and more impactful. Then maybe there is still some hope, but yeah, I really think Revenant is one of the specs that was a little bit sad with this expansion. A lot of others, like I mentioned in the tier list, are actually, I'm really like looking forward to play, and they look really, really fun. But the Revenant one, I don't know. I think we saw that with the Amalgam as well. It just gets 10% more stats while you use your F5, which is, I think that's a weird thing. That's in PvE that makes you tank, for example, if the tank only has 5 toughness, which is, I don't know, weird design. But yeah, I think personally, the Revenant only getting the stat increases is for me, feels really, really boring. You know, if it would have been like the stat increases on top of some cool mechanics or attacks, that would be good. But it is not. It's like really just those stat increases is the whole gameplay loop of the Cosmic Wisdom. I don't know. It feels like they didn't have any clue how to add something interesting there. Sadly. Not depressed, but deflated. maybe, yeah. They need to change it, or nobody will play it. Yeah, I really hope that they will give some changes to it, because it really feels like it's like in competitive modes it will be decent, but in PvE it will be really like, you would probably not take it. Why would you? It doesn't have any like uniqueness, and there is no niche for it at this point, you know? So maybe I'm missing something, but personally I really think in PvE it's one of the specs that looks the worst. Yeah, sadly. It could have been so good. I'm 1.5k gold into boxes and got only a recipe and antique summoning stones. Should I just call it? I mean, there are 2 ways to look at it. I personally would say yes, because at some point you have to stop, you know. But there are some people that say like 90% of the gamblers quit before they win big, you know. So at some point you will win. I'm not the biggest fan of this strategy, but I personally would say quit. But some people would say never quit until you win big. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I did not spend a single gold on this like gambling thing. But yeah, I mean, maybe you win. Looks I'm the one of the few who is really disappointed by a new engineer spec. Really crazy. I really hope to get something new. Instead we get Bruiser, Anga Hammer on head again. I don't know. I think it looks really cool. I mean, what exactly did you expect? You know, what would have been the new stuff that you would say is amazing? Because for me, that's really interesting to hear, you know. I'm a content creator. I have, of course, my own opinion, but it's really interesting to see what other people's opinions are. So what exactly would you have liked to see? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, Tedded, that you don't like to play your Revenant now anymore, but maybe there will be changes and maybe it will be better than it looks. So don't give up your hope yet. Yeah. Yeah, Lang, I can see that statement. I can understand why you would say something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like new Elite specs really will revive the theory crafting. So I'm happy that we get 9 Elite specs. I think that's, for me as someone that likes to theory craft, that is something that is really like fun to do. Even if the Elite specs looks a little bit boring, it might still be really cool to craft some builds around it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It is definitely feeling a little bit like a full Celestial build. I think Conduit with full Celestial gear and World vs. World looks obnoxious, and in PvE as a solo build might be one of the best solo builds because of the crazy amount of like utility and stats that you just get. Yeah, looks quite strong because of that, but I think it still doesn't really get any like uniqueness to the kit. You know, just having a lot of stats doesn't make this spec really fun to play, at least for me. I think there needs to be some flashy attacks, some cool combos, synergies and stuff, which is really a little bit missing in this one. The only thing that keeps me hopeful is that most of the people don't like Conduit, and I hope they will listen to feedback. Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope that they will see that most people say, Conduit feels lame, and they will just give us something that is a little bit more exciting, and maybe they can add some kind of mechanic on top of that. And that is not too much effort to develop, and that would help. I really look like that's my biggest hope, but I don't know how big their scope is. I really don't know. Because it could be like complete, like they say, nah, the map, it's just about the balancing. We change some numbers and that's it. But maybe they make some big changes, like adding a complete new mechanic to the class. Could be, yeah. That's the issue with the new elite spec system. They have to make 9 new entire classes. Yeah, exactly. It's always, if you have to make always for each class a full new like elite spec, that means always 9 at the same time. And then there are some that are really good, like the Amalgam in my opinion, the Gale Shot and the Evoker. Yes, but there will be also some that are just not living up to the standards, like for example the Paragon or the Conduit. So yeah, I really think that this is a problem with this cycle, and that there will always be 3 for each armor class, so 9 in total. That's a lot of stuff to develop. So in terms of like resources, it would probably been better to say, no, we only do 3 elite specs. They are really fleshed out really well, but then some people that don't play those classes are sad. So it's really hard to hit the nail perfectly, at least in my opinion. So yeah, I don't want to have their job there. I think it's not easy to have perfect elite specs in this amount of time, and probably with this low amount of resources. It's a little bit sad, yeah. Feels good to main the light armor classes. The specs look great. Yeah, there are a lot of good ones in the light armor classes in terms of especially strength. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think personally it's I don't know. I think elite specs are, I think the problem is they have really good people working at ArenaNet, and some of the elite specs looks really, really cool. And I think most of them actually have thought about it. And I think balance-wise, I actually think all of them look surprisingly good. But I think if you, maybe that's a little bit harsh, but personally, if you think, for example, about Herald and compare that one to Conduit, I think Conduit just looks like lame. You would, if I would have to choose between a Herald in terms of fun and the Conduit, I would always choose the Herald, because the Herald is just from a stance design, from the trade design, it looks more intriguing to me. And I really was hoping for like a full-fledged Revenant Elite spec that looks somewhat close to like this one. But yeah, that's just, what can I say? Not all the time they can really make it perfect. I did not expect it to be there like that. But I was just like, the trailer showed so much potential. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed. You know, if the potential wasn't like there, I would say, okay, it's not that good. But the potential is like so crazy. Having a flexible Revenant Legend, that's amazing. But it's sadly, yeah, it's not flexible, I would say. It's definitely not. It's like a DPS stat stick, and it's good. Don't get me wrong. It will be good in all game modes. But it will not be like as flexible as I wanted it to be. Revenant will still be the class that is the least flexible. Maybe together with Thief, maybe. But that's about it. I really think it will not get out of this niche with this elite spec. Really sad. Really sad. This current Mesmer build is just my normal like Power Boon Chronomancer. Nothing special. I have a guide on my YouTube channel about it. I played it most of the time in open world because it's like providing quickness or alacrity and has decent DPS, which is always a good thing. Power-based damage in open world is most of the time superior for meta events and stuff. So I like to play this, give a little bit of support while still dealing damage and being decent solo as well. That's why I play this build. An engineer spec with more effective turrets was what I wanted to see. Fair, we don't have that. I think they are a little bit scared to give turrets more potency, because turrets can be really obnoxious in PvP. It's like one of the things that is really crazy strong if they put it in the game and make it crazy strong. We had that in a really bad meta before, and it was horrible to play against. And they really didn't want that to have in the game. And I think a turret's fantasy, I think a lot of people asked for stuff like that. But you already have the mech, which is somewhat of a pet. And they said, okay, we don't want to have a pet spec again. So that's probably the idea here, why you didn't get turrets. But I can totally understand that you see the Amalgam as some bruisery spec, maybe like a scrapper, that is somewhat similar and not really that unique. But I personally think the gameplay and the flexibility of it, that's the flexibility that I was talking for Conduit, that Conduit is missing. The flexibility on Amalgam, that one is there. So I think, yes, you're right. I think the turret fantasy is not given at all. But maybe there will be a buff or a change to the turrets in the future, you know. They could make that as the core changes, core traits as well. Maybe there will be some changes to core turrets and make them more usable in specific builds. Maybe make them an interesting trait or something that helps them to be used. I could see that, you know, core feature update like that could be in the balance as well. So I think there is hope for a turret engineer, but I really I'm happy that it's Amalgam because it's way more flexible than a turret engineer. I think a turret engineer would have been way less flexible than the Amalgam is right now. That's my take. They developed like 16 skills for engineer and plus XX stats for Revenant. That's just sad. Yeah. That's really like, yeah, it feels a little bit sad. But you know, that was always a problem. For example, if you think about Path of Fire. Path of Fire gave you the Renegade. Renegade is a decent spec, but it's also, I would say, somewhat like the Conduit, not very flexible and not that exciting. It is a bit more exciting because it not only gives you stat, but gives you some nice attacks as well. But if you compare that spec to, for example, the Reaver, where you get like crazy amounts of new skills and crazy mechanics, yeah, there was always some other spec that is way better than the Revenant one. So I was really hoping for a really cool, flexible, fleshed out Revenant spec. That's not what we got. But at least we got like really crazy engineer spec. So someone like me that plays all classes, I'm always happy about a really cool spec, even if there's some specs that are not that good. But yeah, I think I can understand why Revenant mains are a little bit upset, for sure. What's that mount add-on you're using? This is called from Blishut. I have the Blishut. It's a legal add-on that you can use, and then I use the Mounts and More add-on. And then you can get this, how is it called here? This mount wheel, where you can select which stuff you have to, on which space here. And I use that for my regular used mounts and utility stuff, yeah. I have a guide how to set that up on my YouTube channel, so you can check it out there. Blishut, that's how it's called. Yeah. Make offensive turrets have an area of effect like a cone. They can attack, then it's your fault for standing in the cone. Yeah, not bad idea. But I think they really have to think about interactions with the traits. I think giving core turrets this functionality is not as good as if it would be some traits. I really think traits should change functionality of utility skills and maybe weapon skills as well. Stuff like that would be way more interesting than if you would just have, I don't know, a turret that already baseline does decent chunk of work, but that's it. I think traits should empower it to make it more useful if you have this trait. So I really I would say giving us a turret trait, giving us, I don't know, a trait on Conduit that gives us quickness access to allies or something like that. I don't know. That was my hope, that there was some kind of mechanic. Maybe when you get 3 stacks, or when you get 3 stacks of affinity, you get quickness around you. Yeah, stuff like that. That would be more interesting, more intriguing to play than just giving a stat stick for a power DPS build or Condi DPS build. That was my hope. I hope that Minion Monster will be a thing. That one was missing for me. Yeah, I think Baloo actually the Ritualist as a Minion Monster will definitely be playable. I'm not sure if it will be meta, but it will definitely be playable. They have that like guaranteed with the how Ritualist functions and how it buffs its spec. I really think so. Yeah. Does it mean it will be broken? Maybe to some extent. I personally think it will not be giga broken, but it will be fun to play in PvE for sure. In competitive modes, maybe not so much, but who knows? Maybe it will be a really obnoxious build there as well. I don't think the worry over AFK farming should ever stand in the way of making the game more fun. Yeah, that is true, but ArenaNet sadly sometimes worries too much about stuff like that. So they for example, I have issues sending mails to people that win giveaways and that kind of stuff because I'm really limited how many mails I can send. That's also an annoying feature. They are so worried about people that spend actually money, real money, and get some real money issues going in the game and botting and that kind of stuff, that they really make it more annoying for the like 99% of the users. And that's the same for turrets and that kind of minion gameplay. They really don't want to have AFK gameplay being possible. And then even if people would use it to have some fun in normal ways, they don't want to have it in a game. So yeah, that's just their statement. That's how they do it. And yeah, I mean, we have to live with that. We're just the players. We can like tell them what we think, but they might not listen to it because that's after all their game that they develop. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is amazing. Has a lot of stuff to do, and the expansion will deliver even more on that. So yeah, I'm if you have any questions, Enfu, just ask. We always want to help, of course. If you're a new player, sure. Looking for a simple power, ideally range DPS, any thoughts? So with the upcoming expansion, I would recommend Gale Shot. Before that, I think you could try out Scepter, Inferno, Tempest. That looks really strong. It's a really nice DPS build. Scepter, really strong, is quite easy to play. You can camp fire if you wanted to. You can play more aggressive on different builds. Yeah, I think it's a really, really good option. Yeah, I have a guide on my YouTube channel about it. You play Scepter and you try to be mostly camping fire or only camping fire, depending on what build you're using. And it's really fun to play. Yeah. So let's play some PvP now. What's the point of playing Ventari if you don't give boons? Exactly. That's why I was like, why would they empower Ventari if there is no reason to play a healer if you don't provide quickness or alacrity? So that is weird to me. That is weird to me. They just need to develop variants for skills 6 to 9 for every core legend equipped and effects like they already did for every legend separate. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be really cool. Then it would be way more interesting to play this. I'm not sure why they didn't do that, to be honest. I expected something like that. But yeah, that's just hindsight, I guess. Yeah. I think Conduit needs to be boon DPS and then add maybe different other boons things depending on second legend for the new skill. That would be cool, but again, they need some quickness or alacrity access to make that happen. If you play boon DPS without alacrity or quickness, you are not a boon DPS, you are only DPS. So they really needed to bring that in there. I think Conduit and Antiquary are the only ones that don't provide any boon to their allies, like quickness or alacrity, or potentially can do that. So I think for the Antiquary, it's quite okay because the Antiquary is like the spec that wants to be a selfish DPS. That is okay. But for the Conduit, which wants to be some kind of like flexible spec, that's not okay in my opinion. So what do we have here? Oh my god. Yeah, let's play support. I'm not sure if that's the smartest choice, but let's do it. The real question is, how high is the possibility for a tunnel under Castora? I think it's not that high, to be honest. But I think the first two maps probably look quite cool. And they will probably be quite exciting. I really think they put a lot of effort into the Lowland Shore map, and I really think that the Castora map, the first two, will probably be amazing. I think they look quite fun in the trailer already. So yeah, I predict it to be quite good. So let's focus on this. Let's focus on winning this match. I will catch up in chat after this match. Push. Oh, we have a power core guardian that is going really ham. Nice, we got a kill here. Really good. Looks quite promising already. But in push you never know until it's over. Nice, we got a kill. Get some healing out. Get another kill here, very good. Looks quite promising. Another kill. My team is surprisingly good at this. 3, 2, 1. Firebrand is quite good in push, by the way. So if you want to play a support build, Firebrand is actually surprisingly good because you have so many cooldowns that will stay active for a long time. And not running out of healing cooldowns. Or at least not that fast, like a Core Guardian, for example. Some healing for my allies. Really good, really good. I like it. We farm them, actually. Surprising. Very nice. We will have to get the sword buffs though. You can stack those, that's really nice, so get multiple of those. I will get the buffs. Not the smartest choice as the support, but okay. My team seems to handling quite fine. Nice. Hopefully they don't die. Nice. They actually did win a 4v3, so my team is surprisingly, yeah, that is like an interesting matchup. I'm not sure. That doesn't look like a fair match, to be honest. At least I got the... It's fine, it's fine. I should not have gone for the buff, but anyway, we won. We won, that's good. Yeah, interesting. Push. Push in a nutshell. Sometimes you just win because your team is way better than the enemy team. Sometimes it's way worse. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, Evoker hype, yes, definitely. Yeah, I mean, what are the specs that you're the most hyped about? I'm personally probably the most hyped about, I don't know, Gale Shot looks really fun. But yeah, how much did I get for this match? Let's check. Yeah, not that much. I was expecting as much. 8. Yeah. So let's get a... Yeah. Yeah, I think Amalgam can do quickness and alacrity, which looks quite broken, to be honest. I'm not sure if it will stay like that. Having the Amalgam doing quickness and alacrity to allies, yep, that looks quite strong. I'm not sure if they want to leave it like that. Looks really, really broken. We will see. If maybe in the beta they will say, no, this is not gonna work. We don't do that. My only issue was hyping up Evoker only for it among the worst specs for me this round. Really? I personally think Evoker looks really, really potent. Yeah, it is very flexible, really cool traits and stuff. I like it. I like it. The bar was really high after Amalgam. Yeah, that is true. Amalgam was like really, really high bar. And yeah, it is a little bit like hard to beat for sure. If you want to play a really strong solo class for mostly open world, which class would you play? Probably, it depends. If you want to play multiple different elite specs of the same class, then I would go for Revenant. Yeah, probably Revenant for solo builds is probably the best class. Vindicator is amazing, Renegade is amazing, even Herald is really good. So for soloing and open world, it's probably Revenant, yeah. But all classes can be really, really strong in solo builds. So I just check out my tier list on YouTube and I have like most builds in S or A tier. So it's really like choose what you actually enjoy the gameplay of, because all of them are surprisingly decent, yeah. Or not decent, but surprisingly broken, yeah. Yeah, the good thing is unfair games end very quick. That is true. That is like one of the big plus in push is that it ends very fast if it's like not feeling good, because it's like very not close, it's stompy, then it ends really fast, yeah. I don't know why I'm shocked every time I see a Spear Elementalist, pun not intended. Yeah, I think Spear Catalyst in push is giga good. It's really, really strong. It does so much AoE damage. It's really, really strong. But you have to play it correctly. It's also quite squishy. So if you play it too aggressively, you get punished for it and you will lose. But if you know what you're doing, it's really strong. Really, really good one. Push is back, yeah, for the next, let's check. I think it's like 12th August, so it's like three more days. So you have 3 more days over the weekend to play it, yeah. And it's fun. I like push. it's a little bit sad that it's only 1 week, to be honest. I would like to do more content about push, but in just a week, it's quite hard to come up with specific builds and the meta and that kind of stuff. But I like to play it anyway. Yeah. Jupiter Ritualist Evoker. Yeah, I think those will be very strong. Oh, there is a guy. Nice. Can't get the kill there. Sad. I still can't make my markers work? Really? That's weird. I don't know how to fix it then. Maybe you have to get some answers in the how's it called? In their chat. You know, they have a whole Discord server dedicated to it. You can check that one out. Or you can, of course, write them in the issues in GitHub. But I actually don't know what the issue is. For me, it worked instantly. Even if you reinstall it, it's crazy. I actually don't know what the problem is. Ooh, we have a harp going here. Oh, it's not a harp. I just expected the spear to be a harp. It's not a harp. It's a reaper. Not that good as a Roman build. I think this guy will lose to me. I don't see that winning. He was blinded. I blinded all the hard-hitting attacks. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, not that good. Not that good. I think they really cooked with these elite specs. Yeah, I think they looked amazing. I'm more excited than I was for EOD specs. I have to be honest, I'm with you there. I think the EOD specs were, for me, the worst. I think really EOD specs, for me, felt not as fun to play when they first came out. They were really broken, don't get me wrong, but the class fantasy and how the traits and stuff worked, I think they were not as good as Heart of Thorns and Part of Fire. And I think those now, with Visions of Eternity, look way more exciting for me to theorycraft. Maybe I'm just a little bit just hyped about getting new elite specs. Maybe that's a little bit biasing my opinion there. But I personally think it's actually, yeah, it looks surprisingly good. I really hyped about those, yeah, I agree. I think it's about the same split with the amount of cooked. Some feel half-baked, others feel super strong. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Not all of them feel the same. That is probably correct. And sometimes you like a specific class a little bit more than another one. And then you get a little bit more excited about this specific round of elite specs because you like this specific class more. That is this time better cooked than others. Yeah, I definitely agree. Could be more like a bias there. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? If I play against not a Harbinger on this build, I will win. You know, Harbinger is the only class that is like scaring me. All the others, Necromancer specs, I will take them. It's just too good, this build. EOD did more damage than good in my opinion. Just destroyed class identity. Yeah, EOD was a weird mix of elite specs. They were really strong, but in terms of class identity and how the classes elite specs in general felt or how they were designed, I think they are not that well designed personally. I always bring it up here on stream. I just can repeat myself. It's just my opinion. What can I tell you? For example, Virtuoso. Yeah, Virtuoso has a Condi trait line, has a power trait line, and has some kind of like supportive or selfish, like defensive traits. Yeah, and why would you force a Condi trait line into a clearly power-based dagger spec? Yeah, I think it's really interesting, don't get me wrong, that Virtuoso has some Condi mechanic that other classes don't have, where you have to play and get full precision to actually crit to get the bleeding proc. I think that's really cool. But the EOD specs were always designed like that you have one line that is power-based, one line that is Condi-based, and one line that is support-based. And I think forcing this in every single elite spec is not a nice like gameplay decision, because that makes it so that you just, yeah, your elite spec is like playable in 3 different ways, and that's it. And I think that's just not a fun design. I want to have a design where you think about 9 traits and most of the traits are viable in your build. You just have to think about, okay, I want a bit more CC, then I take this trait. I want to have a bit more health or healing, then I take this trait. I want to have a little bit more mobility, then I take this trait. So that you are not forced to take a specific trait because of your gear stats, but you think about your trait choices in terms of, okay, now this trait is good, now this trait is good. So yeah, I think EOD specs were, for me, most of the time not as fun as the Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire specs, even though they had the same issue to some extent as well. Yeah, exactly, Mechanist, yeah. You're the merchant guy. That's okay, that's okay. If you have any other like aesthetic questions or feedback, please let me know. I'm always happy to change my stuff up if it looks better after that. I'm not someone that has the best like aesthetics feeling, so if there's anything that is like falling out of place, let me know. Our full Power Thief open world builds, they are decent. You can play a full pistol, Core Thief, Deadeye, Daredevil. That works surprisingly well, but the damage output is not that high. You have, I was thinking about doing a video about this and doing a guide about it, but I'm not sure. The damage output is a little bit low compared to my other solo builds, but power is always a little bit... Power is really good in open world as soon as you have allies, but if you're alone in tough fights, Condi is better, Celestial is better. If you are fast and just kill the mob really fast, then power is better because it will be faster. So I would say there are some builds that work, but not all of them. So I would say pistol is surprisingly good on a thief build for power, even in open world. Let's get some cleave, kill the Dolyak while also killing the Renegade that's playing here with a spear. Spear Renegade, not that scary. There we go. I really like Virtuoso, Spec, the Harbinger, but at launch they were all kind of rough outside of Virtuoso and needed then more help. Yeah, I mean, the problem is at launch, they are either completely broken or completely like, I don't know, unhinged. Sometimes the specs are not like well designed. They need some balance adjustments. They need some changes, how they work. Maybe they feel really clunky. That happens as well sometimes. So it's just like, that's why the beta events are so helpful, and I hope they will change a lot of stuff around if you feel there's some clunkiness going on, so that all of them will be fun. I don't care if they will be broken at launch, as if all of them are broken, that's good enough. Just make them fun to play. That's my only hope there. Yeah. Will you cook on Luminary for me? Yes, I will do some Luminary. I think Luminary will be like really interesting. I think Luminary will be extremely strong as a solo build. It will be extremely strong in competitive modes because of its inherent tankiness. I personally think in PvE it will be a really surprisingly strong Alacrity DPS. I'm not sure if you would play it as a full DPS or a full healer. Probably you can, but it will not be as exciting as, in my opinion, as playing as some kind of offensive support. But I will do some crazy cooks, yes. Luminary will be like on top of my list from the cooks, because there are so many possible traits that actually make that build surprisingly strong. Yeah, even though it might look a little bit dull, I think it's surprisingly good. Yeah. Only Mechanist. That was a good time. It was one of the most broken releases ever. Full Mechanist squad. Yeah, Mechanist. I was never a big fan of Mechanist, but I'm happy that it's now not the case anymore. That's full Mechanist, yeah. Check out the mathematically correct lifesteal Necro. Yeah, that one that's a good one. That's a good one, yeah. The world record for map completion is Data, by the way. Yeah, obviously one of the fast thief specs that does a lot of power damage. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, the world record for map completion, what is it, like 6 hours or something like that? We checked it last time, I think. It's surprisingly low, but you have to optimize it quite a lot. It's after all a speed run. It's not something that everyone can do, I would say, if you just want to relax and have some fun in the video game. That's not how it works. You have to be really stressed about the speed there. But really cool that this exists, yeah. I enjoyed Harbinger more than Reaper just because of the mobility. Yeah, that is fair. That is a fair point. I think there are some advantages of other specs, but I think personally, if I think just about the traits, that's what I mostly criticize about the EOD specs, is the trait versatility. It feels really like if you have Berserker stats, you choose those traits. If you have like condition stats, you chose those traits. If you have like support stats, you choose the other traits. It's really like the traits are locked in from day one, from second one. And that's not something that I like. I like to have some kind of changes depending on what kind of build or idea you're going for, and not always having like, okay, this is a must trait. That's boring. I don't like that design. I kind of like Water Hammer Catalyst for open world. Do you think there might be a good Water Evoker Bruiser spec that heals constantly and does open world damage like 10k plus with solo buffs? Let's think about it. I think Evoker, the problem is, as soon as Evoker locks the Water Otter in, you are losing quite a lot of DPS, because it's really like the Familiar really defines how much damage you can do. And as soon as you lock the Water Familiar in, you are healing. Yes, really nice. But I think you have to go Water Trade Line and go for maybe the Fire Fox, because then you can play a Condi based spec that does some really nice healing because you have the Water Trade Line. I think that is my prediction that can work really well in open world. I'm not sure if it will rival like my solo Tempest build or something like that, where it's really, really strong with the auras and all the boons that you give. But maybe, maybe it could be. It could also be a power-based version of it with the hair. Yeah, could also be the case. I think we have to see how if there are changes coming with the beta event and that kind of stuff. But I really will cook a lot of solo builds up. Yeah, not only in the beta event, of course, also with the release of the full expansion and the final like versions of the elite specs. I will definitely take a look at all solo builds for all of them and hopefully find a good one for each of those. Yeah. I'm really hoping Luminary can perform some really high, I would say yes, that is probably quite likely that Luminary will be a really good tanky spec. I really hope that Luminary will also be somewhat like decent at other things though. I think having a spec that is only good at tanking is a little bit boring. I think it should get some other interesting ideas there as well. And I really hope that we will get something like that with the Luminary. But I'm not completely convinced if the Luminary has that much trade support to be useful other than some kind of Bruiser Bunker spec. I really fear that this is the most like clearly fleshed out thing about the Luminary, like going for hand kiting, going for really tanky like protection plus this negative damaging buff as well. All that stuff will make you very tanky. But is there some other unique idea, like maybe healing your allies, maybe supporting them with a lot of CC on the enemy? Maybe that's possible. I hope so. Because having one spec that has one unique mechanic and that's it, I feel like that's better than having none unique mechanic, yes. But yeah, I don't know. I really hope that it's more flexible. For example, if you look at the Troubadour, yeah, the Troubadour has the elite skill, which gives distortion to allies, which is always extremely good, extremely potent, powerful, yeah. But it also has really good healing in its base kit. It has good boons in its base kit. And it can be played as a Condi DPS on its base kit because you have this really nice healing conversion when you apply Confusion or Torment. So that is already really, really cool that you have multiple ways to play this build and makes it very unique. Whereas the Luminary looks like, yes, it's only this buff. That's it. That's the most unique thing. I think Luminary can be crazy cool with the Virtues spamming and the Alacrity on there. But we will see what the numbers are and how I can make a solo build out of that, for example. Do you think a water focus with using all other elements for more DPS would work? I think the problem is, that's what people already mentioned here earlier in chat actually, is that the boon output, if you go for a lot of water and healing, is actually surprisingly bad. You have Alacrity and you have Regen. That's it. You don't have Stability access. You don't have like Aegis access, you have no like quickness access. It's really like for a solo build, you would have to take a lot of core utility skills and core stuff to make this somewhat decent. So I think personally, I would probably go the other way around and would say, okay, I would probably go and take a lot of stuff that is like really offensive from the Evoker and put as much defense as I need from core or other like Evoker or even normal core traits in there, like water traits. So I think, yes, it might work. I have to try it out, but I personally think the boon access might be a little bit weak if you go for full water-based Evoker and get some power damage out. I think you will lose quite a bit of like might up time and that kind of stuff. So I think the Evoker maybe gets some buff to that to give some stability in the kit or something like that, and not only like only alacrity and regen, because that's what it looks like if you're on water right now. So yeah, I really hope there will be some kind of love to support Evoker, but right now it doesn't look like it will be like absolutely broken. But maybe I'm wrong. I will try it out for sure in the beta event. If tanking had any purpose in this game, yeah, exactly. If there would be like a new mechanic for a new raid boss coming, that is like, you have to have a tank, you have to have a healer, and the tank needs to be extremely tanky. I'm talking like 3000 toughness, plus having blocks and stuff on top of that, because there's so much damage pressure. If there would be a boss like that, then Luminary will shine. Sorry for the pun here, yeah? But if that's not the case, then there is no necessity for having anything that is like extremely tanky. Why would you care if you can just Aegis it or block their attacks? Why would you need to be tanky? There is no real reason in Guild Wars 2 PvE. Don't get me wrong, Luminary as a tank, the bunker, in competitive modes will work. But in PvE, there is no real reason. And that's a little bit sad, for sure. Something that pushes the bar for how tanky something can be. That would be really interesting, yeah? If it's like, I personally think Luminary will be the most tanky thing ever in existence, because you have multiple things. Only rivaled by Evoker, actually. I think Evoker will be also very tanky with all the damage reduction it can provide. But yeah, sounds really cool. I'm really looking forward to come up with some really tanky builds for competitive modes. But in PvE, I think there's no reason. Why would I come up with a really crazy tanky build? There is nothing that really that I can do with this then. You know, yes, I can tank some raid bosses better, but it's not like it's needed for that. It's really weird. Welcome, Apri. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Hopefully good as well. My thoughts on the new Elite spec for Revenant is like a little bit. It's good, but it's not living up to the hype. It's sadly not as good as I hoped it to be. But more on that on a YouTube video very soon. So I personally think it's not bad. Not bad. Could have been better though. Before I went on a 2-year break, I just crafted a full set of medium legendary armor. Now after returning, I feel like it was the worst decision to go with medium armor. Don't worry, you can now go for the other ones and have some just longevity for you to play the game. I personally would say medium will be after the next expansion. It will be amazing. Right now, it depends a bit on your playstyle. I think all of them can be really fun. I play all classes, so I would say play what you enjoy. And then if it's currently not medium, yeah, that's too bad. But don't worry, the next expansion will surprisingly probably be quite good here with the medium armor classes. Can we get the kill here? Or the rest first and then the kill? Yep. This guy is just spamming dodge. Nice, we got the emote and instant dead. There's a great sword lying around. Let's grab it. So you think build around Fire Evoker and swap in as many defensive traits? Exactly. That's what I would expect to work the best. Playing some kind of offensive Evoker setup while also taking as much defensive traits and utility skills as you need. That is typically what works best in Guild Wars 2 PvE, because building a fully defensive set and putting some offensive traits and like utility skills in there is typically not enough in terms of offensiveness. I hope that makes sense. That's how I would approach it, yeah. This is kind of a noob question. When you say competitive modes, are you just referring to PvP and World vs. World? Yes. Sorry if that's confusing, but in Guild Wars 2 you have PvE, so you fight against any NPCs and bosses and stuff like that. And competitive modes means you fight other players. Like in World vs. World, we just fought the Thief here, that is another player. Or we fight in PvP, like in Push just now, we fought a full team of 5 players, something like that. that is competitive modes in Guild Wars 2. And in PvE, of course, you are right. You could also play competitively, but you would also always fight against the boss. So you would speedrun a boss, a dungeon, a fractal, whatever, and you would fight other players, but not like directly. That's what I meant with competitive. I hope that makes sense. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah. Is it worth to leech meta events? I personally would say leeching is not good. You should not. I don't want any people to incentivize it, because I think leeching is really annoying. If a lot of people do that, you will not progress meta events. And I think it's also the new meta events that we got with a lot of new expansions. They are always designed in a way that you actually want to participate in most of them all the time, so that you get the participation and all that good stuff. But for example, Pinata, if you wait there and you are on a map that actually does the Pinata and you wait there for 15 minutes and you just hit the Pinata once, you will still get the chance of getting the infusion. So sometimes it can be okay, but I personally think I would not recommend doing that, because if everyone, like the full map is just standing there AFK, you will not get anything. So keep that in mind. It's always about, like, after all, you want to play the game, you know. If you just want to stand around AFK and get some gold, I mean, that's not the game for you. There are other games that have AFK farming. Guild Wars 2 doesn't have that, so just my take there. What's the best place to watch you live on? YouTube or Twitch? So it depends. Whatever you like the most, I think it doesn't really matter to me. Both of them give me a little bit of ad revenue, not that much. And yeah, I mean, I'm not as like big my channel yet, so you can just watch wherever you like. There is no like, if you like YouTube better, go to YouTube. If you like Twitch better, go on Twitch. Both of them, just watch my channel. If you want to support me, that's good enough. You know, that's I don't have any like preference between those two. That's why I stream on both. So yeah, do what you enjoy the most. Yeah. Thanks, Aaron, for the follow. Really appreciate it. I want a tanky power luminary. Yes, I think that's probably my go-to thing. I think luminary as a condi build looks way harder to actually cook up than a power tanky luminary. I actually think that will be quite possible to play a tanky power luminary. Probably a really easy build to come up with, yeah. What do you think of Greatsword for Ranger in its current state? I think Ranger Greatsword needs a rework. The only weapon on Ranger that needs a rework more direly than the Greatsword is, in my opinion, the Longbow. Those two weapons, I think they need some help. I think the Longbow way more than the Greatsword, but the Greatsword I think is too niche. It's competing against like 5 other power-based weapons, and it's in like most of the cases just the worst of them all the time. So yeah, I really think Greatsword needs some help. I think that the auto attack, there should be some kind of mechanics that makes it more interesting. I really think Longbow has the same problem, but Greatsword at least deals some damage, where Longbow is completely useless. For the most part, I really think Longbow and Greatsword need some uniqueness, you know? The Ranger has so many weapons, and so many of them are power-based, so you have like a big arsenal of power-based weapons. Why would you ever take a Greatsword? For the block, for the evade, for the mobility? Maybe, yes. But you could easily play Sword, and you could play Mace on the offhand, have some defenses there as well. So it's like, there are so many good weapons, and they are all competing against each other. So I think some uniqueness to a Greatsword would help. What exactly would that be? I don't know. That's the developer's job to come up with. But I personally think, yes, Greatsword needs some help. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, leeching in EOD metas or leeching in general, I would not recommend. I personally, I'm someone that always incentivizes active gameplay, because passive gameplay is, in my opinion, if you want to play a game, you should play it actively. You know, if you don't like the game, then don't play it. Or if you don't like the gameplay, or if you have something else to do, then just don't play the game. I think leeching is not healthy because if everyone does it, it's really toxic. You will never get anything done. So I personally wouldn't recommend it. Is there some sort of condition locked to have the chance to drop the DS infusion? No. Infusions are like always just like you get the infusion if you're lucky, but that's it. You can be really unlucky and never get any infusion drops. That happens, yeah. No, there is no condition behind any infusions. You just have to be lucky, that's it. Why a lot of experienced people play Power Virtuoso in Condi Fractals, but with Spear, Greatsword, is it better? So that's one of my videos that I made a video, this one of the topics that I made a video about rather recently, that people always think specific fractals or raid bosses are condi based. That is not true. That is a misconception. There is almost no boss in the game that is condi favored. It is always ranged or melee favored. The problem is a lot of power builds are melee, whereas a lot of condi builds have some range component in there. That's why in fractals, for example, in challenge modes, some of them, you play condi builds because there a condi build can take the advantage of dealing damage from ranged, whereas a power build needs to be melee all the time, which is not possible in some of the fractals. But if you play a power build that has a range component as well, which would be a virtuoso with a greatsword, even if it's power based, so you have no problem playing this build there. That's how in general this works, and that's why you can easily play as an experienced player. I do that as well. Power virtuoso in condi fights. It's not the only thing that you can play. There are way better things to play as well. Don't get me wrong. Just saying it works, and it works surprisingly well if you know what you're doing. So that's the whole concept about, or misconception rather, about having a ranged and melee fight. That's the more important thing and to understand. But of course, a lot of times power builds are preferred in faster fights anyway, so keep that in mind. Does your account luck value affect infusion drop rates? So the interesting part here is yes and no. I have actually a slight teaser. Next week, I have a video coming up about Magic Find and how it works and setting it up correctly and stuff and getting the most out of your Magic Find. But I can already explain it a bit here. Magic Find is a really weird stat. We had that stat previously on attributes, on gear. But Magic Find nowadays is account bonus. You can get up to 300% plus your account boni on top of that. And then you have your gear. So I'm currently at 450 almost, and I didn't even maximize it. So this will affect, Magic Find will only affect direct loot from enemies. Direct loot. That means if I kill the Stolyak, Magic Find will come into play. But only if I kill the Stolyak. It will not come into play from the tick that I will get here. Or from the infusion that spawns out of a chest, you know. As soon as you open any chests, so for example, if I open those heavy supply bags, Magic Find will not have an effect on those. Keep that in mind. And that's the problem why a lot of stuff where infusions are actually dropped are coming out of chests. Yes, you might get them from a meta event, but it's still locked behind a chest, and the chest is not affected by Magic Find. So like 99% of the infusions are not locked by Magic Find. You can't improve it by Magic Find. If there is an infusion that drops directly from an enemy, then this is actually, so to say, possible that you can actually increase the chance of getting it with Magic Find up to a limit of 750. That's how Magic Find works. There are some boxes, like for example this box here. This is affected by Magic Find because it's a what's it called? World vs. World PvP reward track box. Those are for the most part affected by Magic Find, but not all of them. It's a really weird system, really convoluted, hard to understand for a new player, but in general, getting your Magic Find up as high as possible is good, but not as good as people might expect it to be. Hope that makes sense. Sword Dagger is also good, but Greatsword has more burst potential if you play it correctly. So that's why Sword Dagger and Greatsword can be played well. I personally would even go for a full ranged setup, sometimes go for Greatsword, Sword Dagger without a spear, and you have good damage as well. Keep that in mind. Yeah, Magic Find gear in dungeons, that's the old stuff, yeah. That is crazy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you open boxes that are from World vs. World and PvP reward tracks, getting Magic Find up is very worthwhile. But if you open boxes like unedified gear or loot boxes like heavy loot bags or Winter's Day gifts, those are not affected by Magic Find. So yes, you can completely stop your boosting Magic Find there. Yeah, definitely. So hope that makes sense. I hope I explained that well, because that's how it is. And I think not a lot of new players especially don't know about how this works. And I think it's really important to understand, because it's not something that is explained in the game anywhere. Yeah, and that's always a little bit sad, because it should be. It should be. Is identifying gear affected by Magic Find? No, it is not. So you have to just rely on your luck. If you open Magic, if you have like crazy amounts of Magic Find, it doesn't help at all. It's just your personal luck of getting like a precursor out of your blue undead fight gear, something like that. Lost 2k gold in Severite boxes. Should have ecto gambling instead. I guess probably should not have gone for any gambling. I would never recommend that. But yeah, that's why you wouldn't do it. I actually sold materials instead of using them. I saved some materials over the year and sold them now. You know, ecto prices are insane right now because it's like 50 silver or something. It's crazy, you know. They were at like 30 before the events, like 2 months ago or something. Now they're at 50. It's crazy. So better like save your money, sell stuff other than buying them for potential luck drop. It will not happen. Current events are also not affected. Yes, they are not affected by magic find. Sephirite lock boxes or Sephirite boxes that you get from the vendors are also not affected by magic find. Welcome, Napoleon. Welcome. Hope you had a nice day so far. Is Spear on Elementalist strong? It looks so cool at least. Yeah, I think Spear Elementalist in PvP is really good. In World vs. World it is not as good because it has a lot of projectiles and it can be really like reflected all the time. But in PvE, I would say it's a really good open world build. With Catalyst in particular, I made a guide about it in my YouTube channel. It's really strong. In open world events, if you want to take a lot of mobs and stuff. If you want to play a really the best in slot build for Catalyst or DPS builds in raids and stuff, then it might not be the best choice. Spear is just a little bit slow there and not the best choice. But in open world, it's really potent. Yes, it's really fun. I like to play it a lot there. Yeah. I like the Evoker. I think the Evoker is really good. I'm a big fan of the Evoker, and it might not be like a best healer, but it might be really flexible in quickness, alacrity, DPS, and that kind of stuff. It really like looks very promising in PvE as well as in competitive modes. Has a lot of cool traits, really cool synergies. I'm just hyped for Evoker, Amalgam, Gale Shot. Those are my top picks. Yeah. Yes, I have a YouTube video about the rotation for Greatsword, Dagger, Sword for Virtuoso. You can check that one out. I have the rotation written down there and shown in the video, so you can check it out there. Just as always, ! builds in the Twitch chat to see the spreadsheet if you want to look it up. I wasted tempted by my guildies linking the infusion, winning from the box. Oh yeah, don't get baited. Just because someone else gets it doesn't mean you will get it as well. It's crazy luck based. And the sad part about those boxes is that the boxes have categories depending on how rare this is to hit this category. But the super rare category has like a low chance of getting it, like I don't know, 1 in 5,000 or something that you hit the super rare category. But if you hit the super rare category, that just means you will get 1 out of those super rare items. But the amount of money that those are worth it are completely different. You know, some of them are 10k gold worth it, and another thing is just like 1 gold worth. It's like really big differences depending on what kind of item you actually get out of those boxes. So really you have to be double lucky, so to say, to get the really lucky ones. Yeah. Not good. Don't gamble, guys. Don't do it. With there being so many legendaries coming out next expansion, do you think Ectos will go even further? I think after this festival is over, they will go down a bit again. But I think with the upcoming legendaries, I think all the material prices will actually be decently increasing. Maybe not like crazy, but decently, if there is no crazy farm coming up. I think the next expansion will get a bigger influx than normal, than with the other expansions, because we got the new elite specs, which hyped up the game way more than, for example, Soto did or Jantia Waltz did. So I think those will be more like played, and therefore we'll get more loot, which means more Ectos, for example, and other materials. But I personally think, yes, the legendaries will drive or keep the prices rather high for Ectos and all the other materials. I actually expect it to be that the material prices will be decent and you can farm quite a lot of gold by just farming usual stuff that gives a lot of undead fight gear. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, always happy to help. I like the Evoker, but I think the boons given need some rework. Yeah, I actually agree. I think Regen and Alacrity as a healer only is too little amount of boons. I think they should put on some H's, some stability or something, and it's actually really good in PvE. But Maybe that's, you know, that's for the better events. Stuff like that can easily be changed. Yeah. The thing that can't be changed is stuff that is like completely changing the mechanic. And the mechanic looks fun and looks promising, so I'm actually looking forward to some really good buffs for Healing Evoker. Yeah. What is a good build for push? I think supports like Firebrand, Spellbreaker, Tempest, Chronomancer are surprisingly good, of course, because you can obviously help your allies, keep them alive. You can play some semi-bunker support like a Scourge, those are really good. Or you can go for some AoE damage dealers like anything with a greatsword on Mesmer, or having, for example, a hammer on Revenant, or having one of my favorite specs for damage is Catalyst with a spear. It's amazing in push, one of the best builds to play in push. Or you can play, of course, Condition Damage Reaper. It's surprisingly good as well. So there are many, many ways to actually play and have fun with push right now. I would say it always depends a bit what you face. Sometimes it's more annoying to play a, I don't know, Power Mirage because they have so much immobilize and you can't dodge at all anymore. But sometimes it's really, really broken. For example, if you get like 2 sword buffs, you will one-shot anything, even the tanky bunker scourges. So I think push has a lot of potential to have really cool builds. Just like try out what you like, which kind of class fantasy you like, and you will have fun with it, at least in my opinion. Just don't sweat too hard. It's like a casual game mode. It's not about like being crazy competitive, because it's just like off season. There will be no crazy leaderboard going on, at least. Yeah. Yeah, Bladezone is maybe we get some changes to Bladezone with the upcoming expansion with some balance patch, but I think Bladezone is in a weird spot, especially in competitive modes. But what can I say? Yeah, 3 times Antique Summoning Stone and the recipe 3 times. Yeah, not good. That's what I meant. Super rare drops. That's it in a nutshell. I'm ready for Fractals with 3 amalgams fighting over who has to take the share trade. Yeah, that's gonna happen for sure. That's gonna happen. Will be really interesting. I personally really look forward to get some more spiced up meta and not always have the same like meta like Firebrands, Chronomancers, Scrappers running around in Fractals. I really think it needs some shake up, so I'm really happy to get the amalgam in Fractals as well. Probably Antiquary will also be decent as a DPS build, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a little bit more like just versatility in general. Push is a new PvP game mode, or rather new game mode that is currently happening here. You can see it's called Push. It's like a single node that you have to push. Yeah, one card that you have to push from the middle of the thing to the enemy base to win. And it's currently for the next 3 days or something you can play it. It is up to 5 players, so it's not a like very competitive, because you can fight teams that are full pre-made, and you can also be completely solo queue. But it's a fun game mode. I like it. I like to play it. It's really like entertaining, and can highly recommend it. It's not as challenging to learn as normal Conquest, I would say. Still not easy to get into, or still not like very easy to learn, but still way more accessible than the normal Conquest. Oh, we have someone coming in. Very nice. Yeah. Is this a power one? Didn't do anything. Do you think that farming Oreen legendaries is profitable? Yes. Yes, it is. It actually provides you with decent amount of gold if you don't mind doing End of Dragons map completions. It's actually surprisingly worth it to do those End of Dragons legendaries and sell them. Yes, it's actually really worth it. Yeah, for sure. I do that sometimes as well. Can highly recommend it. Really hoping they find a way to make Earth feel different from water with Evoker. Yeah, I actually think it feels very different, to be honest. I think Earth will be the defensive one and gives you a lot of defensive attacks and stuff, whereas water gives you the healing and supportive ones. So I think it already feels quite different, at least what I feel like, yeah. I don't know if it's safe to say, but I bought 5k gold worth of +10 swim infusions. Oh my god. Could be, yeah. That could be like that could be a biggest investment of your life, but it can also be the biggest loss of your life. I'm not sure if I would do that, but I guess you did it. That's an interesting way to look at the expansion, you know. If it comes true, you are rich. If not, you will not enjoy the expansion, I guess. I'm not sure. It's a risky investment, I would say, but might play out in the long run. Is that guy coming here or not? No, I guess not. What armor are you using on this build? So I'm using full Celestial on this build. I have a guide on my YouTube channel about this. You can play other stats as well. Trailblazer, Ritualist work okay as well. I think Celestial is the best on this one personally, because it works really, really well in... Even with the concentration, the expertise not existing in World vs. World, it is surprisingly good. Yeah. It's basic push the payload game mode? Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's it. Oh no, now there are 2 people coming here. Let's do the 1-on-1, I guess. I'm not sure how a Spellbreaker can win against me, to be honest. Let's see. Will be an interesting 1-on-1, that much is for sure. Oh, Rampage. I don't like fighting Spellbreakers because they are also bunkery. It's just like impossible to win this matchup, to be honest. It just takes forever. No, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, this build is quite good. Oh my god, that's offhand X. Offhand X. That's what we want. Offhand X. Very good. Galeala Delph is really profitable if you need favor for legendaries and have a commander that goes for tier 3 bases. Yeah, but Galeala Delphs, you know, I don't think this is the worst map ever, but I think it's also not the most like exciting map. So I personally really like to not play it. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think for me, favor is something, I made a video about it on my YouTube channel just yesterday, released it, about doing daily stuff, and you get a lot of daily stuff for End of Dragons, yeah? So for example, you can get, where is it? All those writs, those here, you can actually get them quite consistently each day. And if you just consume them, you get favor. So you don't really have to engage with the meta events at all if you're not in a rush. So it's actually, if you like Galeala Delph, sure, go for it. But if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. You know, there are so many things that you can easily do. What is going on? Like, why is this guy running in and dying? Okay. Yeah. I made a lot of gold selling Oreen legendaries that way. Yeah, makes sense. If you like that map, you can actually get a lot of them. I already sold like also quite a lot of them just for making some money, but definitely can see that this is a decent map to farm because it is actually surprisingly profitable, at least the first part, I would say. The second part feels a little bit boring and slow, but yeah. Do you feel like Sword for Power Revenant is just taking over, like the other weapons don't compare? Yeah, I think Sword for Power Revenant is like really, really strong. Greatsword, typically in PvE you take Greatsword, Sword if you wanted to, because it's like the most aggressive weapon set that you can use on both like sets that you use. This is really well. But if you need CC, it's a little bit worse. You need to go for Staff, Sword, Staff typically, and then you lose a lot of damage. And yeah, I think weapons, Revenant has a weird problem that the swords are amazing. So great swords and the normal swords, but then you have no range damage, like literally none. And that's why Hammer is such a weird spot, because we don't get a new weapon and Hammer is the only ranged power option that Revenant has access to, and it's so bad in PvE. It's so bad. So they really need to think about how we can make any ranged DPS work somewhat decently for Power Revenant. It's like it's not there. If you want to play ranged, you have to use a short bow, and then you are locked into Condi. Or spear, and you are locked into Condi. It's like, it's really sad that this is the case for Revenant, that the weapon choices are really like, you have swords, that's it. So I really hope they will not because we don't get any new weapons with the expansion. I really hope they will look at some reworks of underused weapons, or at least make them more like not necessarily competitive, but at least somewhat like reasonable to take them in some places, and not say, I mean, you're trolling like crazy if you're playing a Hammer Revenant in PvE. It's in PvP, it's not that bad, don't get me wrong, but in PvE, it's like Hammer is like such a big DPS loss. It's really sad. Best warrior spec to reach 40k DPS, relatively simple. It's Spellbreaker. Dagger Spellbreaker, almost just auto attack spamming. It's really, really strong. Yeah. Will you be uploading your tier list on YouTube? Yes, I will. I will edit it later today as soon as I end the stream, and then I will hopefully upload it. Probably release it tomorrow. That's the plan. They need to rework buff Hammer. Yeah, I'm with you there. I think Hammer needs either full rework, or at least some kind of buffs to make it somewhat not necessarily meta, but at least decent, you know, decent to play a Hammer Revenant. It's really like in PvE, it's just rolling, I would say. Really sad. Bonk, yes. What's the first class you will try out? That's a tough choice. I actually don't know. I think that will be a little bit depending on the chat. Maybe someone here, like in chat, has a specific build that I want to try out first. I probably will try out Evoker. Evoker looks really promising, but maybe I can't decide. I will give you my answer when the beta is live, okay? I can't decide. There are so many good ones, to be honest, that I want to try. Also Longbow GS for Warrior need a bit of buff rework. Yeah, a greatsword for sure. Longbow is in a weird spot because Longbow is surprisingly good on Berserker and has actually surprising value on some specs that play Condi. But sadly, Bladezone, Spellbreaker, and to some extent Paragon are locked into power. So a Condi-based weapon like the Longbow is just not useful on those specs. So I think that's a little bit sad that this is like so like locking you. The warrior specs lock you into power all the time. Only Berserker is playable as Condi, and that's just a weird idea, you know. So I personally think they should really like think about how you get some Condi buffs in the other specs as well, so that you can run, for example, I don't know, a Condi Paragon if you wanted to, because that seems like completely like not possible right now. I don't know. I think Greatsword for sure. Longbow, I don't know if the weapon is the problem or if the traits are the problem. And I think you can go for almost each class and find a weapon that is not like good, that is not that needs some rework. I think for Revenant it's Hammer, for Ranger it's Greatsword and Longbow, for Warrior it's Greatsword for sure and maybe Longbow. For what else do we have? I don't know. There are a lot of weapons that have some kind of potential to get a rework. But those are the biggest offenders, I would say, for a rework. Yeah, for sure. First thing I did was unlock the mount. What should I get unlocked for going forward? So you start with the mount mastery here, and then you can go for gliding. I think gliding helps if someone jumps down a cliff and you want to open your gliding. That can be really annoying if you can't do that, so go for gliding. And then I would go for maybe Provisioner's Master if you want to get access to some more wares that you can get from the vendor, like getting like your elite specs unlocked and that stuff, or going for Guard Killer Mercenary Spend. Those are really good. Defense against guards, because those give you defenses and boons and stuff if you're roaming. And other than that, you don't have to use the masteries. They are not necessary for the most part, at least first. You get maybe some Siege Bunker mastery and supply capacity and supply master. Those are really useful. So typically go for the masteries of the specific siege last, because you typically don't need to use it if you don't have the mastery. So you better let them use someone else in the circ. So this is the very short like summary what you should get. Yeah, hope that makes sense. I'm also struggling between Gale Shot and Evoker. Yeah, there are good choices, I would say. You can understand it. Yeah, I mean, Condi Blade, I was trying so hard to make some kind of Condi Blades, so on Condi Spellbreaker happen, but Warrior is so bad in terms of flexibility, you know, it's like power only. It's Berserker is the only one that can play Condi as well. It's so sad, and I really like hope that there is some kind of flexibility in there. You know, I always say Virtuoso should not have Condi and power in there, because it would be better if it's only power based in my opinion. But it's like the sad part is if you have 3 elite specs that all are only power based, this is also sad. You know, I want to have some flexibility in there. So I think what Virtuoso overdid was completely underdone in the Warrior elite specs. I hope that makes sense, and it's a little bit sad to be honest that this is the case, but hopefully there will be some changes in the balance patch coming up that makes it a little bit more viable to run different weapons on different elite specs on Warrior, because I think you're like really locked into Longbow, Sword, Torch like on a Berserker Condi build, and that's like the only build that you run those weapons in. It's really sad, really sad. Yeah, thanks Alka for pointing it out again. Thanks. Until when are you streaming today? I don't know, a little bit longer, I guess. I have to get my videos out later as well. So maybe like, I don't know, probably like 20 minutes, half an hour longer, something like that. That's the goal. Got a rival data I'm thinking of using in World vs. World PvP, just need to get some gear. Only just came back to the game after years of not playing. Yeah, Matthew, rival data is really obnoxious. Have fun with that one. It's really annoying to fight in competitive mode. So if you like to annoy your enemy, that's a good choice. Very good choice. I personally don't like fighting them, especially in World vs. World. It's really annoying. They are so, if you play it well, you can win like so many one-on-ones because you just stealth, you engage, you disengage, you stealth. Really annoying. I can highly recommend it if you are Thief main. This is a spec that you probably will enjoy. Yeah, auto loot is really, really good. Auto loot mastery is so insane. It's so good. Where do you get it actually at the end? Is it in Provisioner's Master? Yeah, here, Provisioner's Master. This is so good. You only need 20 levels to get this. Provisioner's Master to this level, it's amazing. Get this one. It's really good. Auto looting. You don't have to press F all the time. That's so good, so important. Good point, good point. Yeah, I think Paragon needs some help as well. I think Paragon looks a little bit dull. I think the stability uptime looks really hard to access. You still can get, don't forget, you can still get the baseline core warrior stability, which is good. But you are so adrenaline hungry, and Berserker just is a better support in that regard. So I personally think like Paragon really needs some help. I think Paragon has the elite skill, and that's really strong. But the other stuff of Paragon is not as broken as other supports, and therefore you might not run it in PvE. I think Paragon looks more like a full DPS build that has a really good defensive elite skill at this point, to be honest. I might rather have in my, I don't know, raiding or strike mission squad, I would rather have a full DPS Paragon that uses the elite skill at the right time than having a full Alacrity heal Paragon, because having a full Alacrity heal Troubadour as a healer and have full DPS Paragon is probably a better combination. So yeah, I think Paragon needs some help. I agree with you. Yeah, the traits are the problem. I think the traits, if they would be more exciting and more like, I don't know, game changing, then the traits would make a big difference and we would get more hyped about Paragon for sure. What's the other PvP mode called? So Push is currently happening, and the other mode that you normally have, it's called Conquest. So where you have to fight about around 3 points and have to conquer them. That's why it's called Conquest, and hold them until you have 500 points. That's Conquest, yes. How much time do you spend on YouTube and Twitch a week? That's a tough question. So you mean to create content for YouTube and Twitch? So for Twitch, you can just watch how many hours I play Guild Wars 2 on Twitch. It's like probably like something around like 15 hours or something for Twitch, something like that. And for YouTube, way more. It's way more. For YouTube, I spend a lot of time during my spare time on the weekends, in evenings. It's a lot of time that I invest. I don't know the exact number, but it's at this point it's like a second full-time job, I would say. Yeah. I was going through all my characters and checking what standard gear I have, and saw that I have a Viper's longbow on my warrior just to see its. Yeah. Warrior is like really weird. You can use the same gear from Heart of Thorns because nothing changed. It's like really the Warrior feels a bit like the spec that is not too much of updates. Yeah, it's like the thing that stays is a relic of the past to some extent. Don't get me wrong, Berserker is surprisingly good as a healer, as an offensive support, as a full DPS, and Bladesong the same. But it feels just overshadowed by the most broken supports and damage dealers right now. So I really think Warrior needs some uniqueness to it, some kind of buffs, some kind of like just crazy utility, just fun in top of that, and people would play it again. Yeah. I was gonna run it in raids, but then someone told me they provide almost 0 group buffs. Yeah, that's true. Deadeye is very like aggressive and selfish. Even if you're playing an offensive supporter, it's not very like providing a lot of boons. So if you want to play crazy amount of support, maybe not Deadeye. Yeah. I think about the conduit, I will release a video later today about my opinion on the conduit and changes and stuff. Yes, I covered it here multiple times on stream. I will release a video about it later. Don't worry. Yeah, 0 to Hero. I was thinking about doing a 0 to Hero on YouTube. That would be a really nice, like, interesting series that I could do on YouTube. I will, if I have time and like find some spaces between like better events, news to cover, I might actually do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. No, the current color for the World vs. World thing lasts for 7 days. You can always say 6 days remaining in current match, and after this you might change your color to the different one, or you might stick around. It depends a bit on what kind of matchup you will get into, but typically it switches each week. So currently we are blue, last week we were I think red, and that will change like each week. Yeah. I'm only at 460 mastery right now and I want to get them all. Is it worth to go for the heavy legendary armor if I only play heavy classes? Yes, of course. It's very worth it, for sure. Why not? I also struggle a lot with prioritizing what to do daily, and I get a HD a lot when playing. So I personally would say play the stuff that you like and just try to be patient. I have just yesterday released a YouTube guide on my YouTube channel about what you should do each day to get the most amount of gold. Of course, that is not necessary to do all the things mentioned in there, but if you want to get a decent gold influx by just doing stuff that takes 15 minutes, and after that just do stuff that is like fun to you, like if you like to play fractals, go for those. If you like to go for open world, go for those. But try to do stuff that is really easy, gives you a decent amount of gold passively each day. Do it patiently, very frequently, and then you get like for 10 minutes of effort, decent amount of gold income, and you will get your legendary armor heavy in no time. That's my tip there. Don't do stuff that is not fun to you. That's always the biggest thing here. And that's why I say reducing the amount of stuff that you have to do, that you feel the FOMO for in Guild Wars 2, is keeping you playing in the long run way longer. Yeah. That's at least my opinion there. Yeah, maybe I will do that soon. Yeah, the 0 to Hero. A lot of people ask me for it. Let's see if I will probably do it rather soon. Let's see when I get to it. Yeah. Hero to 0. A gambling video. I actually like. I'm not sure if you know my channel that long, but I did a gambling video like at this point like 9 months ago. It was not really gambling, but I opened 2,000 blackline chests, and I can tell you, check out that video if you want to see some big gambling. You know, that's a lot of money. Yeah, not like I spent a lot of gold on those 2,000 blackline chests. Yes, that's a lot of gold. A lot of gold. It's on my YouTube channel. Yeah. Yesterday I followed a Zerg and we captured SMC, and it gave me a shit ton of experience compared to the smaller keeps. Yes, that's how it works. The smaller the objective is that you capture, that the lower the amount of World vs. World experience you get. So the camp here gives me, with all the buffs that I have currently on, something like 600 or something. 561 World experience. If I capture Stonemist Castle with all the buffs, depending on how high the current tier is. So if it's like tier 3, you get the most amount of. If it's like tier 0, you don't get that much. Well, still get much, but not that much amount of experience. And you can actually get like, if you have all the boosters on and it's a tier 3, you can get multiple levels from just capturing Stormless Castle. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's like crazy. You can get so lucky with some of the boxes. If you just open one box and get the Chug Infusion, it's crazy. And then are some people that open 100k in boxes and get nothing. It's like, that's why I don't gamble and would not recommend to do it either, because you can't like guarantee to get anything, even if you go for really crazy numbers. So yeah, I mean, I think gambling is never good. Not only in Guild Wars 2, we would never gamble in the real life as well. What's this gambling everyone's talking about, new to the game? So currently there is an event. I can show you. There is an event where you get a specific box, loot boxes for materials. You can spend in-game materials to get loot boxes. And if you, there it is. If you get lucky in this box, Zephyrite supply box, you can get some really big ticket items, yeah, that are multiple legendaries worth it if you get them. And you can get really lucky. But if you're not lucky, you get nothing and you spend all your gold on that. So it's like an in-game gambling thing, and I would not recommend to do it if you are not willing to lose all your money. Yeah. Yeah, I personally would say sell your Ectos right now, sell all your materials actually that are on this like current trading happening, just sell them and you will get more out of them than ever. So highly recommend doing that. Yeah. What's more important, buying inventory slots or increasing bank stored materials? That's depending a bit on your playstyle. So if you're only playing a single character, like all the time, then getting more bank slots is the best thing to get. If you play a lot of different characters, a bank with full bank slots can be very worthwhile because you might transfer a lot of stuff. If you farm a lot and you don't want to engage with inventory management, getting a full material storage to 2,750 can be worthwhile as well. So it depends a bit on your gameplay. I personally have all of those maxed because I just like to have the maximum amount of space. You know, I'm a tier list enjoyer, but I'm also a bag slot enjoyer. So that goes for my bank and my material storage as well. That's just me. I can see why people say having 250 is completely enough because you will sell it anyway when it gets full. Some people say, I just want to like click this button here, deposit all materials, and don't care about it ever again. If you get it to 2,750, that's like very likely to be the case. So yeah, go for the one that you enjoy for your playstyle. I personally like to say for single character players, bag slots are the best choices. For someone that plays a lot of different characters, bank gets very attractive, especially if you have the permanent bank access express. Because then you can open your bank all the time, everywhere. And that's obviously really, really like convenient. If you don't have that, you always have to go to the bank NPC. There it is. I actually don't even know where those are because I never go to them. So then it's not that convenient, but definitely worth it. Yeah. I tend, and I actually want to play only one character in the end. I'm not a huge fan of having or playing alts. Then I would say it's not as necessary to have the bank increased because you don't have that much value from that. I think getting more bag slots might even be more worth it for you because they are cheaper to at least, and you can increase it more frequently with 32 slot bags and stuff. But it's like I said, it's always personal taste because you can't say this is the thing that works the best for you, because some people like me, I clean my inventory like all the time and it's like almost empty. So I don't necessarily need actually 400 bag slots, but I'm still going for it. Whereas other people have a really messy inventory and it doesn't matter if they have 100 slots in there or have 450 slots. It doesn't matter because they will always have a messy inventory. So yeah, I would say it heavily depends on your playstyle. I can't tell you what you should get. I just can give you my opinion what is worth it in which situation. Yeah. No, I think you have always to invest gold for 32 slot bags. There is almost no exception to this rule. 32 slot bags are always expensive. They cost like on average over 200 gold. It's just expensive. You will not get them very easily. And you can maybe speed it up with Itrite ingots from Iceboot Saga strike missions and stuff, but you will not get it very easily. 200 gold for one bag is not like very cheap, I would say. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm not sure if a material storage to the maximum is like necessarily you are a hoarder. I always like to sell my stuff. So I'm not necessarily a hoarder because of that. I just have a lot of different characters that I use as storage as well. So you can do that as well. If you are using a single character, sometimes it's actually worth it to have other characters that you don't play, but you use it just for the inventory space. So sometimes a character slot expansion can actually also be worthwhile. Let's say best way, spend 5k gold. I personally think getting, for me at least, it would be getting as much legendaries as you can get. Because legendaries for me are the ultimate convenience. If you play multiple characters, multiple builds, switching around all your gear, all your trades and all this stuff at the same time is amazing. But if you are not into that, getting more equipment templates can help, getting more skins like whatever you want to go for, or getting more like back slots and stuff like we mentioned. So it depends a bit what you want to get. I personally like to play different builds and different classes and stuff. So I personally really like to go for different like equipment and gear and stuff. So I would go for all legendary that you can get for 5k. That's probably my advice there. But if you are not into that, then probably more skins or just account upgrades are probably more worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, inventory makes sense, Tedded. Makes a lot of sense, yeah. I mean, if you don't have crazy gold, 20 slot bags is probably my recommendation. A 20 slot bag, this one you can easily buy. It costs 10 gold. That's not too bad. 10 gold for 20 slot bag, that's a good like value. Because if you go for 32 slot bags, they cost over 200 gold. So there is a big jump in amount of money it costs. So I would say the most like effective way of getting more inventory space if you don't have crazy amounts of gold would be going for 20 slot bags only. You could even go for 18 slot bags only and you will get way cheaper, but I think it's not too bad to spend 10 gold once for your bags. But that's just my take. Maybe I'm a little bit like too much invested in the game and not have too much gold to actually say that, but I think 10 gold is not too bad. I also recently came back to Guild Wars 2 after several years of not playing and enjoying your content. I want to try Mesmer. Which gear and build would you recommend for PvE content? Depends a bit what kind of role you want to fill. If you want to go for DPS, I would recommend Berserker. And if you want to go a healer, you can go for Givers or Minstrel or Harrier. So it depends a bit what role you want to fill. If you want to play casually and stuff, you can easily just join our Discord server or our guild. Just write me. The link to the Discord is in the description of the stream, in the about section. You can just join our Discord. If you have any questions, goes for all of you, of course, and I'm not online, just write in the Discord or in my comments section on YouTube, and I will answer them if I get to it, of course. And we have really friendly people around in the Discord server as well, so there's always someone that gives some answers there that might be helpful. Let's go for 1v2 here. Should be doable. Yeah. A lot of... Okay, this guy is anyway AFK. And it's a mech. That's not a really like bad. It's not a good matchup for them. Let's leave it like that. I have a lot of reflect. And there we go. Wasn't that bad. What? I can't kill this guy. Let's just cleave him down then. There we go. Defend the camp. Let's defend the camp. Selling legendary on over... Yeah, I personally think selling legendaries, if you want to get the most out of them, would be on the Discord of the Overflow Trading Company. If you don't want to wait, or if you want to be like not that patient, you can also sell it on the, or if you want to be really sure that you don't get scammed, you can of course go for the trading post and have to pay a little bit more money for the taxes. I think both of them are fine. I did both of it. It's fine either way. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's Lang. That's actually what I did. You know, I have like no, where is it? I can show you. I have all my I have all the skins unlocked. So if I want to get the new skin out of the guaranteed wardrobe unlock, it is not possible. I can't preview it because I have all of the skins unlocked. Yes, I did that already, Lang. That's the true end game. I know. Already been there, done that. How far would 5k gold take you in getting full legendary? Not that far. It would give you like maybe up to 4 legendaries, something like that, if you, depending on which kind of legendaries, maybe 2 to 4, depending on which ones you get. And you need like quite a lot, like at least like, I don't know, 25 or something to get a full legendary setup for all slots. So yeah, it takes a while. That's a long-term goal. How do I track daily World vs. World achievements? You go to World vs. World, or if you want to go for the daily ones, you go to daily here, and then you can mark it there with the, with this eye icon here, and you can mark it. If you want to only get World vs. World ones, you only check this box here to get only World vs. World ones. If you want to get only PvP ones, get those. If you only want to get PvE, get this. And if you want to get all of them, just check all of them or a mix of those. If you want to track them, like I said, go click this I button. Yeah. Can you destroy any item in your inventory that's part of a collection? Yes. If you want to destroy any item, you have to like put it out here and say, are you sure you want to destroy? Click yes. Sometimes there is a, how is it called? Some kind of window that pops up where you have to write the whole name of the item because it's supposed to be more expensive. But yeah, you can destroy any item that you have. If it's from a collection, typically you unlock it as soon as the collection is like currently happening. So if you have the collection open, you get the item, it unlocks in the collection. So that is the thing that works. And then you are somewhat safe to destroy it. But if you want to be on the safe side, you can just check the wiki if you need it for anything. If not, you can destroy it or sell it. If you need it, better save it, of course. But most of the collection items, you don't need it. No, I'm always happy to help. No, so I can show you. The unlock doesn't work for me anymore. I can open the guaranteed wardrobe unlock and it says there is no item in the guaranteed wardrobe unlock that it unlocks anymore. It's impossible. It just doesn't work anymore. But it is correct. I don't have all the skins unlocked because not all of them are in the wardrobe unlock. Most of them are gem store stuff or some weird stuff that drops only for example, the quaddle boxes. It's really annoying to get some of the weapon skins out of those. But you can see I have quite a lot of skins, but of course some of them are still missing, and that's my end game goal, to get all the skins. But in the guaranteed wardrobe unlock, I have all of them. Yes. Levy farm is decent, yeah. Sure, no problem. Have fun in our Discord server then. I noticed that buying gold is relatively expensive. Would you recommend it? I mean, it depends. If you have to spend some, like, the thing is always, think about it like this. If you want to get gold in Guild Wars 2, either by farming it in-game or spending some real money on the game, then you have to think about it like that. Do you like farming gold in Guild Wars 2? Is that fun to you? Then go for it, have fun playing the game, farm some gold. If you want to play something that doesn't give that much gold, but you still want to get the shiny legendary, and you would rather do one like overtime hour in your real shop, get some money there and spend it on the game, and then you get way more gold per hour, so to say, than you would get if you wouldn't spend the gold, if you wouldn't spend the real money. So I personally think it highly depends on the situation. If you are like completely like broke in real life and don't have any money to spend, sure, don't do it. But if you have some money to spare, it can be worth it to actually get it, because getting gold in Guild Wars 2 is actually not that like fast. So getting just like $100 or euro for the maximum amount of gems that you can purchase in one go is like, I would say typically you get 2k gold, something like that, for $100. That means that you have to farm in the game like quite a lot for 2000 gold, and farming like $100 in real life might be hard for some people, might be not that hard for other people. So it always depends if you like farming in Guild Wars 2, if it's fun to you, farm the game. If you don't like farming in Guild Wars 2, maybe farm real life and buy the gold with it. So I think it highly depends. I would not say it's bad for any player, just saying it depends on your situation. Hope that makes sense. I don't have a main class. I play all the classes. I just like to switch and match whatever I currently enjoy the most. Play all of them. That's why I have so many guides on my YouTube channel. Just enjoy them. To switch around. Versatility is the spice of life, isn't it? So the same goes for Guild Wars 2, I would say. And it's super subjective, but if there's a legendary weapon type, or 2 or 3, you think are more worth going for first as they are more widely used. I think Spear is obviously really good because all classes can use Spear. The same goes for Sword actually. Sword is also a really, really good one. So those 2 would probably be the best ones that I would use. Let's go again for this matchup. That's not what we like, but okay. I mean, that wasn't that scary, to be honest. Yeah, so I think Spear and Sword probably top 1, but what else would be there? Staff, Greatsword, those are also decent in terms of usability. I think Sword is probably the best choice together with Spear, because most classes use Spear or Sword in one of the meta builds, but I would say it highly depends, of course, if you like the looks, if you like the classes that use those in the meta builds, because, for example, Untamed or Range in general doesn't use that much Spear, whereas, for example, Mesmer uses Spear on every single build that is power-based, and it depends a bit on which class you play the most, so it's not always guaranteed to be the build that uses the Spear, even though some builds use that. So, yeah, I would say those 2 would be my choice, but yeah, it depends heavily on what kind of class you play. Yeah, exactly, Tavo, exactly. Yeah, I think it's really like, yeah, what can I say? Aika puts it correctly, yeah, exactly. Farming in real life is boring. I mean, it depends what you do, of course, but I personally like to play the game, of course, as well. So I would definitely say I can completely understand why you would not farm real money and would rather farm in-game. That's completely fair. But I think everyone is different, so I don't want to judge anyone there. Shitty storyline? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Depends on each personal storyline, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what the Spellbreaker actually did, to be honest. I was like just using some skills and reading chat half the time, but apparently the Spellbreaker did not get any Connie cleansed and then they died. That's classic. I'm going for Greatsword first. Just, yeah, I mean, it was my first one as well. My first legendary back, like, I think in 2013 or something, was Twilight. Yeah, such a classic. Yeah, I never use it nowadays, but yes, it's a really cool legendary. Greatsword is really common to use. If you get Bold, you can equip it in both hands, or do you need 2 legendaries? You need 2 legendaries. So if you want to play Sword, you need 2 legendaries. Like I have 2 Bolds here. If you want to play Sword, for whatever reason, you could do that, you need 4 legendaries. So you need 2 Bolds, 1 Shining Blade, for example, and the Oreen one, and you could play Sword. Of course not on Elementalist, but maybe on Revenant, if that's what you want to do. So you need multiple copies of those legendaries if you want to equip all of them. The same goes for the Spear. If you want to play Spear and underwater and on land, you need 2 spears. If you want to play Spear and Spear underwater, you need 4 legendary spears. Yeah, that's just a long grind. Typically, it's not necessary to double open weapons, but yeah, they are definitely worth to some extent to get multiple copies of those. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think greatswords are back in the old day. A lot of people really played a lot of greatsword. Warrior was really common. Mesmer was really common with greatsword. Nowadays, greatsword, to be honest, feels like a lot of classes, especially the original ones, like for example Warrior or Ranger, they don't use greatsword that often. It's really like niche builds that use that. So I would say greatsword is not in the top 2 anymore in terms of like usefulness for all classes. It's Spear and Sword for me. And maybe even Dagger at this point. So interesting, really interesting. But I think you should always make your own personal take there. You should not listen to someone that plays all classes if you only play a single class. You know, that doesn't make sense. You should pick the one that is the best suited for your playstyle or gameplay. Yeah. And I think for me personally, I actually craft legendaries mostly for the convenience. I actually don't equip them for the skin most of the time. So if I would say getting full legendary armor, legendary trinkets and stuff, that is way more convenience for me and than it is for the skins. So if you're someone like me, I would say always go for the one that's the most like used in most builds. But of course, if you really find, for example, the great swords really ugly, you never would use them, then maybe think twice if you really want to go and invest 2,000 gold or something like that on a legendary that you will not enjoy the skin of. The cool part about legendaries is you can transmute them for free. So you can just change the skin of the legendary item that you have for free without having to spend any transmutation charges. So even if you don't like the skin, that might be worthwhile for you if you are like lacking transmutation charges. If you play some World vs. World or PvP, you have quite a lot of them. I never use them, really never. It's just completely wasted on my account. I would sell them if I could. Sadly, I can't, so I have to live with that, I guess, to have too many transmutation charges to use ever. So yeah, that's just the game. People that played it way too much have too much of everything, and people that want to get some stuff will not have enough of everything. That's just the sad truth. Yeah, like Alka puts it, I think Guild Wars 2, I have to mention that. That's really important for you, Scorpion, but also for all the others here. Guild Wars 2, after reaching level 80, is like a sandbox game. Guild Wars 2 is not a game that really like handholds you to get from one raid to the next raid, to get better gear and that kind of stuff. Guild Wars 2 is all about a sandbox mindset. If you reach level 80 and you have ascended gear, you're so to say done with the game. There's nothing for you to so to say chase anymore other than your own goals. So if you like to go and get better at the game, go into PvP, go into PvE, grind the golem, try to get better at your build, try to get the best benchmarks in the real fight, in the log, whatever. And this can be a goal, but it can also be a goal to get the most legendaries possible. You can get the goal to get all the skins. You can go for the goal to, I don't know, play 7 different characters and complete all the maps on them. There are so many goals that you have to set yourself. Whatever is fun to you, that's the game. If you don't like setting yourself goals, Guild Wars 2 is really hard to play long-term because the game itself doesn't provide long-term goals for you as a player. It's always about making your own goals. That doesn't mean it's bad. I think it's just a different mindset than, for example, vertical progression MMOs like Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft. That's just different. If you're not up for that, that's sad, but that happens. That you have to accept that. The game is not for everyone. Yeah. Yeah, definitely Snowdrop. I think 100 Blades was like the reason why most people played it. Yeah, great sword back then, for sure. So crazy, yeah. Rich get richer and poor get poorer. Yeah, I mean, I would say in Guild Wars 2 it's not that bad because you can actually, it's not like I take your money away. It's like I just play the game and get more money and I don't need it. But if you are poor, you can still get to the point where you have a lot of money. Maybe not as much as I have because I have just 10 years more like playtime than you, but that doesn't matter, you know. You should not compare to yourself to someone that is like crazy as I am and played way too much of the game. Just have fun in the game, set yourself own goals, and you will get to a point where you can say, oh, I'm actually rich, you know? Yeah. So it's yeah, always about having fun in your own pace and don't be like disincentivized to play a game just because someone else has more gold or more legendaries or something like that. That's just stupid in my opinion. Just try to have fun on your own terms. It's always better like that. And also healthier for your just general like mind. Ooh, there's a Dolyak. 2 Dolyaks, very good. I think it's really important that you have to accept, not only as someone that plays the game a lot, but also as a casual player. If you start playing Guild Wars 2, you should understand what Guild Wars 2 is about. If you are looking for a game that has crazy amounts of instance content and crazy amount of vertical progression, Guild Wars 2 is not the game for you. even if you wanted to play it, if you are looking for this specific thing and only this thing, then you have to accept the game is not for you. And that's something, this acceptance of the game, what it really is really important, because only then you can have a lot of fun. I personally play the game quite casually. Yes, I play the game a lot, but I am not tryharding in any of the game modes like insanely hard. And the game is made for me, a player that plays all classes, all game modes, but not on a level where I would say I try hard and I will like sweat like crazy. If I get one click wrong, I will just log out and not play the game anymore. That's not for me. The game is more for someone that enjoys playing casually, having fun, setting yourself your own goals, just enjoying the combat of the game and just setting yourself your own goals. That's all about the game. If you don't like that, then it's not for you. If you like it, it's really good. That's my like statement here. Hope that makes sense. And I love the game and I can't just promote it because it's really great, and I think a lot of people will like it. Just saying, not everyone might be like me, and some people might not enjoy it. That's just how it is. Not everyone can enjoy the same games. Back in 2012, in the first few months of the game, I crafted Flameseeker and Bolt. One of the reasons why I'm so into shields. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I think Flameseeker is one of the nicest legendaries for sure. It's really cool. I would say, sadly, shields are really like, of course, like we talked about like 2 days ago or something, are really like focused around supportive and defensive gameplay. Makes sense, they are after all shields. But I can definitely like see why you are torn to this legendary for sure. Yeah. Easy goal to keep you playing for a long time, have more account value than Surma. Yeah, I mean, that will keep you playing for a while, yeah. I mean, there are people that have more account value than I have. That is true. But there are not that many. So it's a long-term goal. If you want to overcome me, sure. But I'm not sure if that's the healthiest goal. I personally would always recommend to play the game for fun, have fun, and play the stuff that you enjoy. And not play stuff just because you want to overcome someone else. I think that's not a healthy mindset. But maybe it works for you. Oh my god, I hate that those Dolyaks are here in my way. Is that the same guy? No, it's a different one. Let's kill some people. They have no damage. That's crazy. Why do they no damage? Is that a power vindicator with a short bow? That's an interesting cook, I have to be honest. Yeah, it is a power vindicator with a greatsword and a short bow. And Malex, what? Okay. That's a cook. Is that maybe Celestial? But they do no damage. And Shiro. Malex Shiro Vindicator with short bow greatsword. Holy moly. People cooked. Yeah, let's do this, I guess. How many more people do we get here? It's the king of the hill, but there is no hill. I'm just like fighting to the last stand. Now these guys come up. I have to kite those guys. I can't fight this forever here. Sorry that I can't catch up on chat here. I just want to make sure that I survive and maybe get some kills here, but I think those guys are now a little bit like playing it quite aggressive here. Actually, the most annoying part are actually here the people that are the NPCs. At least I got a kill here. Infinite King of the Hill. Very good. King of the Fishing Hut. That's it. No, don't get the rest here. No. Have to get the... Did they capture the camp? No, they didn't. Nice, we get the kill here now. No, we don't. Let's go for the stump. There we go. And they are now back. Now I can capture the camp. Very good. Have you ever dropped the Chuck Garand infusion? No, I have not dropped any infusion, to be honest. I'm really like unlucky in this game. I did not get any infusion in this game. Very unlucky. Was a nice like fight here. I don't know exactly what's going on, to be honest. It's like completely crazy. They just give me the camp at this point, yeah. Is that a Condi Scrapper with a mace? What is going on? People are like insanely cooking here. That's just insane. Let's try to get the kill here and maybe get the camp. This guy's annoying me. Super speed kiting. Yeah, let me cap it, then it's mine. You know, then you will not win this anymore. What is this? They are just siding with each other. That's not nice. Not nice. Sorry, I will catch up in chat in a second. I just don't want to lose this here. Just for no reason. No, I think I'm dead now. This guy is annoying with the nades. Infinite 1v2 or what is this here? Ugh. Now it gets a little bit like scary. We have to get this guy, to be honest. Yes, we got them. Everyone is dead. That's what we want. That's like I don't know. What is this actually? Is this a roaming montage? Is this just a like I don't know. I don't even know at this point. I think I will just leave at this point. I can't like play this forever. That's just annoying. That's just insane. My account value is almost exactly 1 million. That's my account value. Was the market so stuffed with infusion last year Gamba event as well? Yes, that happens every year. That's always the same. Yeah, always the same with all those infusions. See you, Tedded. See you. Have fun at this like nice temperature. No, I mean the ghostly infusions from Gossiville are not in the boxes as far as I know, but they are still they are going down in price all the time. That's just how it goes. It's like the infusion market is like always increasing in terms of amount of infusions on the market, just because there are more drops and you can always extract the infusion and sell it again. That's how it works. Only a few new ones are account bound, but most of the old ones you can easily sell again. So they will just decrease in value over time for the most part. Yeah, Strength Spellbreaker is surprisingly good, yeah. But yeah, it might be that actually more people are gambling. I don't know. Maybe that's true, but I don't really see a reason why would there be more people. I don't really expect that or know why that should be the case. But I guess that could be the case, yeah. I thought they might have increased the drop rates. No, I don't think so. I actually think the drop rates should be the same. I'm not sure if there is actually account-bound infusions coming. I'm not sure. That could be, of course, that could be the case, but I don't know anything. So that's a big like prediction, but no like proof for that. Yeah, I hope so actually. It's called Horde mode. I thought with my almost 250k I'm quite good. Yeah, I mean, you are quite good. I mean, but it's not about good or bad. It's just a big time investment. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, of course it's a prediction, but I mean, you could be right, Tavo. I mean, I would be with you there. It would be amazing if you get some kind of account-bound infusions in the wardrobe. That would be really, really cool. There is no like proof of that, but it could be. It could be really cool, yeah. Is it worth to buy 32 slot PvP bags? I think maxing out my inventory with gold for gems. Yeah, I think personally, maxing out inventory space can be really cool. It can be a really cool long-term goal, but you always have to think about it like this. Do you really need the space on this specific character? Because if you say no to this question, you can easily go and create another character and use it as a storage character. You know, I have 70 characters from which I use like 20 actively and the rest are storage characters, which is way cheaper than getting for 32 slot bags. Because getting a full character with 32 slot bags takes a lot of money, not only for the back slot expansions, but also for the 32 slot bags. Getting a full character of 200 slots with a full like new character that you never use is way cheaper, like way cheaper. So sometimes that can be way more worth it for you to do. So keep that in mind. But personally, I really recommend going for more inventory space or just account storage space, because it's definitely something that is in the long run helping you to keep a clean inventory, for sure. Spellbreaker is my favorite warrior spec, but I dislike how Attacker's Insight works, and it's important to got crit cap. Yeah, that's true. Attacker's Insight is not the most like it feels a little bit like forced to get the crit on there, which is a little bit annoying because you have to really like CC all the time to keep that up. But I think it's an interesting concept. It's unique. I think Spellbreaker in that regard, I think Spellbreaker is probably one of the best designed warrior specs because it has really cool traits you can choose. It has power-based traits, more supportive traits in there. I think it's nice. I think personally it maybe would have been a better choice to give Spellbreaker some kind of alacrity support and leave Bladestorm with full DPS, no support element in there. That would probably have been a better choice, but yeah, now you can not change that too much, I would say. Maybe the developers change it at some point, but I don't see it. I think Warrior, like I said earlier, I think Warrior is in a spot where I would say it needs some uniqueness, and I think Spellbreaker could have had this unique support element. They didn't give it. Yeah, that's how it is now. That's how it is now. Yeah, I mean, if you open a lot of boxes, you might get a lot of infusions, of course. But yeah, I think, to be honest, I did open some infusions over the last 10 years, but I personally would not recommend do that for the most people, because you will not get money out of it. Most of the time you will lose money. There is only a rare amount of people that actually get crazy amounts of money from that. And yeah, just stick with something that is surprisingly like safe. Just sell the materials, get money, and in the long run you will be better off. You know, selling all your selling all your Ectos that you have right now and getting them back later is actually in the long run way more worth it. Look at this. Selling a full stack of Ectos gives you over 100 gold now. It's just crazy. If you sell them right now and buy them in like 6 months, they will probably be like around half the price, and you would have made so much profit if you just sold all your Ectos. But if you spend all your Ectos on the Sephiroth boxes, you open them and get nothing out of them other than just some trash and no infusions, then you just will be sad, you know? Of course, I could spend all my money that I currently have liquid on my account on those boxes, and I might get some infusions, but in the long run, that is probably not the smart choice, because I might also not get any infusions. So yeah, that's just gambling. I would not recommend it. I would not recommend it. Where would you suggest to park some alts? I have a few characters I hardly play, so may take them as useful. So I have multiple characters parked on, for example, Biora March's chest. I mentioned that in my video yesterday, where I park all my daily characters that I log in each day to get my gold. So I made a video about that, really concise. Be sure to check that out if you haven't already. And this is like one of these parking spots. Biora March's chest parking, Draconis Mons. There are so many jumping passes that you can park at the end. You can park at some gathering spots where you get some good materials that you can sell then. like flex gathering or something like that. You can park even at meta events and bosses, for example, the Matriarch in Verdant Brink. This is a legendary that you kill just like with 1 minute or 2 minutes whenever the timer is up, and you get decent gold just by logging into this character at the correct time. There is obviously also like other parking spots that you can use. There are so many at this point. It's just like I said, check out my video and you will find some more. Or check out, for example, Wiki has good fast farming one has good ones. There are so many good spots. Yeah, crazy. Yeah. CEO Snowdrop, CEO. Yeah, exactly. Turbo lost 3k gold, you know. Just don't do it. There are so many people that lose gold and they are not like big, like telling you that. And there are a few amount of people that actually make profit, and those are the people that are loud. It's not the majority, it's just the loud people that actually won. The people that actually lose typically don't tell you that they lost so much, or at least not as frequently. So don't gamble. In terms of priority purchases, how high would you rate unbreakable farming tools with glyphs? Depends how you play the game. If you play a lot of gathering stuff, so if you play world versus world or open world a lot and gather a lot, I think they can be quite nice. But they take years to actually get back the money that they are, like, if you spend currently on an infinite gathering tool, how much is it cost? Like, where is it? How is it called? Yeah, exactly. This costs like 2.7k gems. That's like, how much gold is that if I want to get those gems? Hello? There we go. That's like 2.7k gems. Let's check. That's like over 1k gold for those gathering tools. Until you get the spec from the gathering tools, that takes years. But it is the convenience of getting those. So if you like the convenience, get them. If you want to make money in like 10 years, sure, you will get that. I have some of them as well. I personally think getting, for example, or pre-ordering the expansion and getting the deluxe edition is smarter than getting that with real gold in the game. That's my take. Of course, if you want to do that, be sure to use my referral link, but that's my prediction. That helps you more in the long run going for the deluxe edition, for example, than just spending the gold from the game, because 1k gold for permanent gathering tools, it's a convenience, it's a big convenience, but it also takes a long while until this pays off. Even if you gather a lot, keep that in mind. And it's not for all your characters, that's the problem. You always have to swap them. You have to put them in the shared inventory slot and swap them around. It can be a little bit annoying, so it's not the ultimate convenience. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's not the smart way to open those boxes. Does Matriarch and Verdant Brink appear on Event Timer? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But I can afford it with 300 plus account value. Exactly. If you're a new player and have no account value and you spend all your money on the gambling and you lose, that is painful. If you're a veteran that has good account value and doesn't really care about gold anymore that much, then you can gamble and have some fun. But if you're a new player and gamble all your money away, then you will be really sad, because that will take way longer to farm back than if you are a veteran that knows how to do that stuff and has almost all the stuff already available. So good point there. So always take that into consideration. If you really want to gamble, check first if you really are in a spot where you can like take the loss. Yeah, for sure. Some of the infusion prices dropped down in the market. I think selling the Actus right now is more profitable. Yeah, of course. I personally would always do that, because selling materials is not a gamble. If you are up for like crazy gambling and you get no infusions, you lose. If you get crazy infusions, you still have to sell them. If the prices drop, you might even lose money from that. So yeah, definitely the case. It's fine, final one, it's fine. How can I get the endless sigil extractor? You can buy it from the TP, or you can get it, if you're lucky, from the blackline chests. On the TP, it's called endless upgrade extractor. Endless upgrade extractor. It's like almost 2k, so it's actually quite expensive. But it can pay off in the long run if you know what you're doing, but for the most part, it's really also the convenience of it. It will take quite a lot of extracted sigils to make that worth it, so keep that in mind, of course, as well. It's not for like everyone to get a crazy amount of money with this one. It's more about the convenience. Yeah. We need one-on-one coaching session with Simmer on Guild Wars 2 knowledge. I mean, if you have any specific question, you can just hit me up on Discord and we can actually talk about this there. If you have some specific like one-on-one sessions that you want to get, maybe if you have some topics that I can coach you on. But it's always like I have a lot of knowledge about Guild Wars 2, but I'm not the best player in either game mode. I'm not the best roamer. I'm not the best PvP player. I'm a decent player at each of those game modes. I like to have fun. I like to explain what I'm doing, but I'm always learning all those game modes. Yeah. The only thing that I actually know quite a lot about, where not a lot of people actually are knowing more about me than me, is typically, I would say, like making gold in Guild Wars 2. I have a lot of gold in Guild Wars 2, so that's always a good thing. If you have some gold questions, I guess that's probably a good time to ask me, but other than that... Okay, I guess we have to fight the Spellbreaker here. I mean, that's probably not a good matchup for you. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's the Staff Spellbreaker, come on. Staff Spellbreaker, just annoying. Sell the Ectos, buy the Infusion? Yes, good tip, good tip. I have perma stability, all their CC is not that useful. It feels so bad. You know, I'm just spamming my skills. This guy is really trying hard. You know, it feels so bad. I'm just winning this matchup like just all the time, just from spamming my attacks. It's so good. Would love to roam with Gale Shot next expansion. Yeah, I think Gale Shot will be a decent roamer actually. Yeah. Oh, it's now Berserker. No, it's a Berserker. Condi Berserker. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a better matchup for you. I guess it is. Let's concentrate here a bit. Don't want to lose this. Now it's a real matchup. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. This guy's just running away at this point. Dodging Skull Grinder. Come on, stop it. Stop running. Why are you running? Ah. Stop running. Please, just stop it. There we go. Took like ages, but finally. Yeah, classic World versus World 101s. Taking like 100 years, and then they resolve. What do you think are the best things to keep in your shared inventory slots early on? I've got maybe 7, I think. Got the salvage stuff, the teleports, the gobblers. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I personally think salvage kits are good. I think, of course, if you have the permanent bang extras, best thing to have in a shared inventory slot. Then having some kind of like inventory, like how is it called, pass key for any of those things, like you have the Terra's pass or stuff like that, is really, really good in my opinion. And then it depends a bit. So you can have the portal tomes, you can have, for example, teleport to friend stuff. I would recommend, and maybe Candy Corn Gobbler if you use that frequently, stuff like that. Oh, we get another 101. Okay, that's a Condi Scrapper again. No, it's a Power Scrapper this time. Maybe it's a Celestial Scrapper. I'm not completely sure actually. This guy doesn't have that much Condi cleanse though. Interesting. Yeah, wasn't that exciting, to be honest. Yeah, so that was one thing of the shared inventory that I want to mention. What else is good there? Like I said, how is it called? Gathering tools, permanent gathering tools. So if you have gathering tools equipped at the current character and you have some unbreakable, unlimited gathering tools, you can put them in shared inventory and can double click them and they will exchange with the current gathering tools that are not unlimited. And when you swap characters, you do that again. You can then put them in the shared inventory slot and swap to another character and use them there. So that can be quite worthwhile as well if you have those. And there are other things. Those would be my recommended things to get. Yeah. I think what I'm thinking is being efficient. I want to learn to be as efficient as I can since I almost exclusively play at work. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you have some detailed questions or some specific questions in mind, of course I can try to answer that. But it's really hard to make a specific to tell you all this stuff that I know because I don't know what you need to know. It's really hard sometimes about to play efficient. I personally always have some kind of list in my mind what I want to do today, what I get done in the game to get some more gold out of it, have fun with while doing it. But I always want to be efficient, you know? So I would never, for example, play World vs. World without having my boosters set up because I get more World vs. World, more reward track, all that good stuff. I get just more by playing the game mode while I have the boosters up. Stuff like that is just my efficient thought process. I would never play World vs. World if my character didn't have like at least 90% of the boosts, because it would just waste my time in that regard. I would have fun, but I would have get maybe double the reward if I had more boosters. So why not have more rewards lying around? Stuff like that. That makes sense. Nice, Alka. Nice, the percentages here. Really cool. That's cool. VIP pass, 9%. Copper fat, 7%. Silver fat, 6%. TP to friend, 5%. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Permanent bank only at 4%. Crazy. Maybe because not a lot of people have that. Cool, yeah. Welcome, Ham. Welcome. Very good. Is it worth to spam booster to level up masteries? I've always just hoarded them, so they just sit in bank. So the boosters, it depends. So I have a lot of boosters as well on my account. And some of the boosters are really, really good. So for example, the birthday boosters, I would actually recommend if you have enough of them lying around to have the permanent on your characters. The experience ones I would only activate if you really farm like crazy events where you get a lot of experience and you get the spirit charts there, or you want to farm your mastery. But I would say, for example, Karma ones, World XP ones, even Magic Find ones, I would not have them permanently on if you are on a budget because that's just too expensive. But if you like really know this event gives you a lot of experience, then you can boost it even further. So I would say it's always situational, to be honest. Yeah. How do I learn PvP? Because I try to fight people with one class, get dunked on them, and I think it's a class problem. Yeah, I think PvP, I have like always mentioned it on my stream, that PvP is a thing that you have to slowly learn. It's the patience of learning PvP. You will not get into PvP and play the most broken meta build and will succeed. No, you have to slowly understand what you are fighting against, how the strategy of the game mode works, how you can play against specific builds, how you can play against specific roles, all that stuff you have to learn slowly. So I personally would say start out with a build that you enjoy, stick with it and try to learn your role, your build, and slowly understand how Conquest and Push or whatever you're learning, the rotation and stuff works, and you're slowly getting better at it. You have to be patient. That's the main thing. If you want more tips, more concise tips and stuff about PvP, I have a guide. Again, sorry for always bringing it up, but on my YouTube channel, I have a guide about it as well. Should help you as well. You can just type !guides in the Twitch chat if you want to see the guides, or in the YouTube description, just scroll down in the stream description and there is a guide spreadsheet where you can see all my guides, and there's of course the PvP guide in there as well. Yeah, birthday boosters are amazing. You know, I have like 70 characters, and because of that I get 70 birthday boosters. No, 140 birthday boosters each year, because you get 2 per birthday, and that's quite a lot. And I have like multiple stacks of those at this point, of those birthday boosters. So it's really worth it to have them. Like, look at this inventory and there's a birthday booster stack here. This is like really good to use all the time if you have enough of those lying around. And they obviously help not only in experience, but also give you some more magic find and some more gold as well, a little bit, small, but still, and more reward track. So it's really good. Highly recommend that. If you have enough characters to permanently upkeep this, really strong in general, in all game modes. Yeah, and I think, to be honest, that's also the end of today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a blast. It was really fun debating with you guys. And thanks for all your support. I wish you a very nice weekend. Hope to see you around. Thanks a lot for watching. Be sure to check out my YouTube channel if you haven't already. And yeah, see you around. Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.